Fran, let me know when you're ready.
Good to go.
Huh? It was your tree? It was 10.
Oh,
I know mine was like. I like it. Charles used to mess with my chair every council meeting. I'd be like, Mayor, you've changed my chair around, didn't you? Yep, don't tell anybody. I was trying to play jokes on you. Okay, ready?
You're good to go.
All right. City of Port Aransas is going to reopen and to reconvene in open session and may take action regarding the matters which are subject to the above agenda item.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the mediation settlement of the case described as Cho Canyon Motel Inc. versus City of Port Aransas, cause number 224 CV 0085, Nueces County District Court.
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Fran, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, moving on to item 7 with the consent agenda. In the consent agenda is item A, our city council meeting minutes from May 13th. And also item B, discuss and take action on the second reading of an ordinance adopting the youth standards of care for 2025. Has there been a review? Does anyone wish to pull anything, or is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Fran, please call the roll.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers.
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Moving on. Item number 8, items for consideration. Item C, a resolution accepting and approving the annual financial report for the year ending September 30th, 2024, as presented by ABIP Independent Auditing Firm, directing the finance director to cause a summary of said audit to be published in the official newspaper of the city, and the copies of the audit placed on file in the city secretary's office as public record as directed by the provisions in the Home Rule Charter.
Yay, we have our audit to present to you, and we have Janet Pittman with ABIP here to do a quick presentation for you guys. So,
Welcome, Ms. Pittman. Come on up.
Oh, I didn't know it was gonna run.
Well, it's in the consent agenda.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here this evening to go over the results of your 9/30/2024 fiscal year audit. You have it in front of you. I do want to point out this lovely cover. I don't know who's responsible for it, but everyone in our office was really excited to see it. I think it's very beautiful. Anyway, so the report is about a little over 100 pages long, so I'm just going to briefly give you highlights. So there are several sections in the report. I'm not going to read that to you, but we are going to go briefly through each of those sections. So we do have 3 auditing standards to follow since you have federal funds. We do follow the generally accepted auditing standards. We follow the government auditing standards, which gives you a report on your internal controls over financial reporting. And then because you spend over $750,000 in federal and state funds, we are required to follow the uniform guidance, which is issued by the federal government, the Office of Management and Budget. So what is the purpose of an audit? It's to make sure that your financials are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We have issued an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion that you could get. It's the highest level of assurance that your independent auditors can give you assurance on that your financials are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The first section in the after the independent auditors report is the management discussion and analysis. It is it's really meant for non-financial users. It shows your differences between 23 and 24 and had some explanations for those fluctuations. And I believe your financial advisors use it a lot to do your bond ratings and whatnot. It's not how you budget, it's not generally how you look at things, but it does present a very high level review of your financials. Again, several sections in it, and we'll go through some of the highlights. All right, so you have government-wide financial statements, and they are split between governmental activities and business type activities. So in your governmental activities are your special revenue funds, your general fund, your debt service fund, capital projects fund. They're all combined into one line item or one column. And the business type activities, your harbor, gas, and sanitation, again, are all presented in one column. It also includes all of your assets, all of your liabilities, so all your capital assets and all your debt. This year, your net position, which is your assets minus your liabilities, was a little over 148 million, split between the governmental activities and the business type activities. The business type of activities had 43 million and the governmental activities 104 million. A lot of that is in investment in capital assets. So it's not all unrestricted dollars. Most of it is in your investment in capital assets. Overall, your net position increased this year by 25 million. In the governmental activities, it was 15.9 million. Most of that was in grants, an increase in property taxes, and also in investment earnings. No increase in your overall expenditures in your governmental activities. So you had a nice increase in that net position. Business type activities increased by 9 million, a little over 9 million. Very small increase in your charges for services. Most of the increase in your business type activities were from transfers from other funds. The governmental funds, now, and this is how you usually get your financial information throughout the year. This is how you budget, is at the government fund levels. So your governmental funds, again, special revenue fund, general fund, debt service, all of those funds are governmental funds. Your total fund balances this year were 67.8 million. Again, that's all the funds. Your unassigned fund balance was $25 million. And that is between the general fund and your hotel facility fund. Unassigned means able to spend. It's not restricted. You're able to budget and spend those dollars. You do have quite a few restricted fund balances. $40 million $28 million in your construction fund. You did issue new bonds this year, or tax notes this year, $13 million. That's those dollars are restricted. You've got hotel motel taxes that are restricted also. That's 8.3 million. And then you have some smaller restricted dollars. Again, those are restricted and can only be used for specific purposes. Now we'll look just at the general fund. This is your operating fund of the city, obviously, and you did have a final ending balance of 15.7 million. It was a $3.3 million decrease from the prior years. Basically, most of that was a transfer that you did from the general fund into Hurricane Harvey of 4.3 million. So it caused a decrease in your fund balance. You still have 11 months of operating reserve, though. That's meant for ongoing operations, down from 17 months last year. You're still meeting your fund balance policy of 25 to 50% of keeping that for your next year expenditures. So you're still good in your fund balance and your general fund. Revenues were 16 million, a little less, a little more than last year. Not a whole lot, 184,000. As you can see, some of the revenue line items were increased, some of them decreased, but overall you did have $184,000 increase. Your expenditures, again, this is just in the general fund, were 15.6 million. $2.5 million increase from last year. Most of the increase was in public safety and capital outlay. Public safety, it was the salaries and the overtime, and then all these salary related expenses that go along with salaries. Social Security and TMRS and the health insurance and whatnot. And your capital outlay did increase by a little over $1 million this year from last year. You did buy some land. You bought some communication equipment, and also you had a number of vehicles that you're leasing. And then again, your transfers out to the hurricane fund were $4.3 million. Your enterprise funds, which are the gas, the harbor, and the sanitation, they all increased this year, but again, all of those increases were due to transfers from other funds. The gas fund had 6.8 million from Hurricane Harvey. The harbor fund had $3.5 million from the HOT Special Revenue Fund. And the sanitation had $120,000 transfer from the beach fund. In the very back of the report is your compliance section. We issued 2 reports. One is the government auditing standard report. It's your internal controls over your financial reporting. So that we're looking at your major processes and your internal controls over payroll, over cash disbursements, over purchasing, cash receipts, making sure you have proper internal controls or good segregation of duties. If we had any issues to report, they would be in this report. We are pleased to say that we did not identify any weaknesses in your internal controls. The uniform guidance report is your report over your federal funds that you're spending and your state funds that you're spending. You did spend a little over $21 million this year. It was in 2024. And the major funds that we tested were, of course, the FEMA grants, and that was almost $17 million that you spent there. And then you had a new grant this year, a CDBG Community Development Block Grant for a drainage project, and you spent $3.7 million. So overall, we did test 97% of your federal funds. Again, no findings or question costs, and you did comply with all of the material compliance requirements over those funds. That's all I have on the financial statements. We also issue a letter. I'm not going to go through all of this letter. It is it's required communication between us and the board. The one thing I do want to point out is on the very last page. As part of our audit, we are required to make sure you're in compliance with the State of Texas Investment Act and your investment policy. So we're looking at how all of that is working and making sure you're complying with the Investment Act. And we have found that you are in compliance with the State Investment Act. I would want to take this time to thank Darla and her finance team. We ask for a lot of information. They pull a lot of documents for us, and we appreciate the help that they give us along while they're trying to do their daily functions. So, and that's our contact information. But if anyone has any questions, I would be glad to take those.
You find that we're easy to work with?
Yes.
Good.
It's good.
Yes.
It's a big job to do an audit. And I know Darla and her team spend a lot of time in their daily work doing that.
Yep.
So I read it because that's what I do for a living. And it took a little bit, but I thought it was very well done. And I appreciate the efforts and that we're getting it on time, because sometimes it takes a little longer than that. So thank you, Darla and her team, and thank you to you and your team.
Thank you so much.
Does anybody else have any questions? All right. If there are no
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to accept and approve the audit?
I'll make a motion to approve and accept the annual financial report, September 30, 2024.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? Fran, please call the roll.
Councilmember Owen,
Yes.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers.
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, item D, resolution authorizing a venue project pursuant to chapter 334 Texas Local Government Code as amended, designating methods of financing for projects subject to voter approval and other matters in connection therewithin. Andrew.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Andrew Friedman with Samco Capital Markets. Have the pleasure of serving you all as financial advisor. You'll remember back in March 25th, I think it was, you all adopted a reimbursement resolution to start expending funds toward a project. There are other legal steps to ultimately get through to financing this project. And tonight's action before you all is a resolution to ultimately send to the comptroller to get clarity from the state or a confirmation from the state that we can proceed with a venue tax election. So this is just another legal step. We'll get word back from the comptroller that this doesn't have any negative impact on the state economy, which it of course does not. And then from there, you can proceed into that November 2025, excuse me, venue tax election.
Well, they'd approve in August. They would call the election in August.
Yes,
correct?
you all will be back in August to call that election. It'll go to the voters, to the polls for November 4th, I think is the election date this year. The election itself will be to approve an additional 2% hotel occupancy tax levy. And in addition to that, and I want to make sure that we address that this evening, a pledge of 5% of ad valorem taxes. And there's a very specific reason and a functional reason for needing to do that. And it goes back to what we experienced in COVID, where you had kind of the economy really shut down. We've done other venue tax projects around the state before that had just a hotel occupancy tax pledge. That's the only revenue stream that can go to repay those bonds. Bond investors will not buy those bonds anymore. They got scared from COVID. Everything's worked out. There was never any problems. But what will give them greater comfort and ultimately an ability for you all to sell the bonds. It's not enough just for the voters to approve it. We have to be able to market it so you all can ultimately get the money. We need to include a pledge, a small pledge of ad valorem taxes. The intent, though, and I want to be very clear about this, is that ad valorem taxes are not going to pay for this project. We just need to have that pledge so that bond investors are willing to invest in the bonds. We make plenty of money with our hotel occupancy tax. The additional 2% will be able to pay for the project. It's really a function of being able to market the bonds when we get there, if the voters approve the project.
And that is clear in section 3. So I'm glad
Yeah.
that you pointed that out.
I wanted y'all to know the reason for that. It's not something we would advocate for on its own, but it's something that we've learned since, frankly, 2020.
Well, I think, does everyone understand the difference in pledging versus the source of repayment for the bonds?
And it's not unlike when we've sold our certificates of obligation, where we're pledging our ad valorem taxes and we're also pledging other revenue streams of the city. And then the debt is self-supporting, meaning it's repaid from that other stream of revenue. This is very much the same as that. We just have to be explicit when we take this to the voters for their approval.
What? Just had a question on what is or other 297-334-60.5 sitting right there on page 187. Is that a typo where it says amateur sports, professional, community events, or other? What's that?
I don't have the resolution.
Typo, okay,
Okay.
okay.
It's not in the resolution. It's
no, I
in the
just-
background information in our
I'm-
packet.
Okay.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay.
Typo.
I thought maybe that was
No.
section of the legal.
No.
Still not a lawyer.
That's a good question, Dale.
So this is going on the venue, and then how How much are you looking to sell? Is this paying for all of it or how much?
Well, so what we have to determine is, okay, so number one, although the resolution gives the language of to consist of arena, coliseum, stadium, or other type arena facility, the project is the civic center renovation plus the surrounding improvements,
Okay.
which are all the pedestrian and walkway avenues that are going to connect to said civic center project. So it's going to be an Avenue A pedestrian and streetscape facility, Cotter, Allister G. So it's all the network of our three major streets plus Avenue A, all connecting to the front of this project. And then also we're going to do a couple 100 feet of improvement on Cotter. So we get from the intersection.
Called venue and a sporting event.
Well,
This is-
that's
under the.
Yeah, that's under the
rule you
law.
wrote it under.
Right.
Yeah.
This
Yes.
is-
We didn't
Yeah.
write the,
This is not rec
State
center.
road.
not
Right,
building.
No,
Yeah.
but our
Yes.
project that we bring to the voters, it will be defined.
Yes.
It won't just be, verbiage like an arena coliseum. We don't just leave
Right.
people hanging. We tell them exactly what it is. We will have an estimated construction cost. It doesn't pin the dollar down to the exact amount, if I'm correct, right? I
No.
mean, when we sell the bonds, it does.
When you sell the bonds, it will. We're authorizing the tax itself, and that tax is that additional.
This is to
Right.
increase our hotel.
And what is the
Seven to nine.
time limit? Is it attached by years? Is it 15 years or what is the time limit
Time limit of the tax itself.
or is
So,
it just
so
what-
long as bonds are outstanding.
Right, so it can exceed the 15 years if you're still paying down the bond
If-
debt.
If you go and sell, and I'm not suggesting this is
Yeah.
the plan, but 30-year debt, that tax will be in place so long as there are bonds in place, because that's the security for the repayment.
Right,
So
so
that 2% goes right to paying bonds.
correct. So if you guys approve this tonight, staff's next level would be to work with council, fully develop. We already know the scope of this project, right? Because it's already been bid, but we would further enhance and develop the streetscape bid, which is what's remaining, and then we would come up with a grand total so that by the time the election rolls around, we have a good package that we're going out to the public with on exactly what it is, what the cost estimated is, how many years we think it'll take to pay down the debt. So we'll have that in a package for you guys by the time the August council meeting rolls around, where you guys actually pull the trigger and call for the election.
and plenty of time to educate the public
Yes,
on what the tax is
exactly.
and what the vote is.
And they get to decide.
Yeah.
They
And
get to
then,
decide.
then
It's not an increase in property tax.
No.
Tonight, we're just approving the resolution.
Approving the resolution to move forward with the venue tax, right?
Yes, so this will send a letter to the comptroller's office.
Because they
to
have to
get
approve.
Confirmation from them.
This is our next
If we can
step.
proceed.
Yep. That's what it is.
And in the approval, do we?
yeah, really the comptroller's just, his main thing is making sure there's not an impact to state finances. He doesn't really care that it's a streetscape project versus a
Sports
bicycle
complex
path
or
or a
whatever,
sport.
yeah.
His concern is there an impact to the state finances?
Without this tax, was there any other proposed alternative to
Oh, he's not.
raise the funds for these projects?
Well,
I wasn't around when it all started, so that's why I'm sorry for the asking.
Yeah, during the legislative session, Chad, the city had explored rewriting a couple state laws. But they weren't very favorably looked upon by Texas Hotel Lodging and some other entities. But they all steered us in this direction. And this was their wish, instead of the city pursuing those legislative law amendments was to pursue this instead. So this was the alternative that Texas Hotel Lodging, team lobby groups, in our legislative leaders directed us to, or not directed us, but
Suggested.
suggested that this is the better route to take.
The other venues would have also been some kind of quasi increase in tax that would have gone to the voters. But basically, they came back to this and they said, you already have the venue in place. You don't currently tax for that. This is a mechanism that you could incorporate an additional hotel motel tax to pay for the venue that you're already improving, and then get all these other things tied to it paid for with an increase in hot tax because that building's used for tourist and recreation. So,
This is our convention center, as opposed to going and doing it someplace.
that's
else.
correct. And the law is already written. There's no change in law. There's no asking to change law. The law is already written. That we are allowed to do this. Other cities do it all across America. So this is our opportunity.
It is.
Chad, you got a disco ball going in there or something?
I can see it there, but then I turn around and the lights aren't blinking, so I have no idea what's going on. Is that better? Let's turn the lights off. Disco ball sounded better.
This is so we can put a disco ball in the Civic Center.
We should definitely have one of those.
No. Do you have any other questions for Andrew or for staff, for David?
I make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing a venue project pursuant to chapter 34
3:30.
through 334.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. Any other discussion? Fran, please call the roll.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Owen,
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right.
Thank you all very much. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
in
We'll
August.
see you soon, Andrew.
And congratulations on getting your audit done.
Yes.
It's a
Big
Big small
stuff.
task.
Helpful to you as well. Yeah.
It is. It's helpful to marketing your bonds too, when it
Yes.
comes to that.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
All right, item E, resolution accepting the Planning and Zoning Commission's final report on Plan 2514, a zoning change request for the Cinnamon Shore Major PUD Amendment.
Sure. So part of our zoning change request is a requirement that this Planning and Zoning Commission submit to you a final report. Because you have to accept that final report before we discuss it. I think it's probably good if you guys just accept that by resolution. Next agenda item, let's talk about everything.
Okay, we have a motion.
Make a motion to approve a resolution accepting the Planning and Zoning Commission's final report on Plan 2514 Cinnamon Shore Major PUD Amendment as presented.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none. Fran, please call the roll.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers,
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Owen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Yes.
motion, and Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Did we lose Chad?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
When you switch over to David's computer, then.
Maybe.
Huh.
Okay, we'll wait for a
He
second
said-
so you can pull him back up.
Okay. So I do want to preface this conversation by saying everything that you have in the documents that I gave to you includes all the changes that P and Z requested. So that's the newest document. Any other changes beyond that will go to our next reading, and we'll have another approved document there. My plan here is to kind of give you guys a brief overview, to invite Daniel up to give you all the major points that are in the PUD. If we could hold all the discussion and questions to the end of that, I think it'll make it a much quicker process to get through all of those items.
Can you
So-
do me a favor, Nicole? Can you speak in the microphone a little bit more? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yep. So Cinnamon Shore North, obviously you guys are probably pretty familiar with, so most of this is for the people listening. Currently consists of two separate areas. So the first area that was developed was done under the neighborhood unit development, and that is that southernmost portion of Cinnamon Shore North. That was done in about 2005. The final plat was filed in 2007. The Cinnamon Shore PUD came shortly after that in 2007 and has progressed since then. There were a few minor amendments that we did over the years, 2008, 2010, 2015. Those kind of amendments are done administratively, so they submit those to staff. Staff approves them. It's very minor things like, some road layouts, or maybe if they want a road to go a different way, we don't want to have to go through the whole process. If they wanted to, one of them was to change a mixed use building to a completely residential building, given the market. So those are all very minor changes. Anything that goes beyond that is a major change and has to go through the whole same process again. So it's done like a zoning change where everybody in the area is sent notification. Everybody within 200 feet is sent notification of that zoning change. The impetus of this was obviously when we moved that road, it left a good portion of area between Cinnamon Shore North and where that road is going to be. It makes the most sense to incorporate that into the North PUD. So that was the reason for doing it. When you're going to redo something and go to this length to do it, you kind of want to get all the changes in there that make sense for the location. So this PUD document, if you looked at the original that I sent to you, is originally approved in a letter format. So whenever we're trying to make sure that what they're doing in the PUD matches what was approved by council, it's a difficult process. So this standard 11/17 that we've seen with Cinnamon Shore South, with Palmia, with all of the other PUDs, it's a much easier document for us to be able to make sure that they're meeting our regulations. So there are also definitely some changes in that we didn't see in the original Cinnamon Shore PUD, and then a few changes that we also haven't seen in Palmia, Cinnamon Shore South, the other PUDs. So I'll use this opportunity to bring Daniel up to kind of go over what all of those were, and then we'll discuss afterwards.
All right, well, thank you for that, Nicole. That was a great description and summary of kind of how we got to where we are. Good evening, members of council and mayor. So yeah, the history, she kind of gave a great description of it. I was back at Urban Engineering during the time when this kind of format was being presented for the Palmia PUD, and then we used it for the Cinnamon Shore 2 PUD. I prepared that document and came forward with, all the meetings and did the planning and zoning review and council meetings back then. That was, 2015 or something probably for Cinnamon Shore South. And that document really improved a lot of things that the North document, it just hadn't even come about yet, this format, the kind of structure to it. So as she mentioned, the kind of letter format document, it doesn't match what we have at South at all. And it makes it difficult for both us to work with city staff and administrating and reviewing, what is allowed, isn't allowed within the community. And when we got to Cinnamon Shore South, we created that, this sort of format of document that, you're familiar with. And back in 2020, before COVID, this was like October, November, December, I had prepared a major update that I was going to be bringing forward to amend the South community at the time to bring the hotel and conference center plan into that document. And so you'll see some language in here regarding hotel and conference center and some of that. And there's some changes that were intended to be kind of incremental improvements on the South PUD to address some things that we had seen come about over the kind of first years of development out there, and some stuff that I had witnessed in the time that I was working across the North development. A lot of it is really just meant to clarify sort of rules and regulations regarding where we sort of administrate or self-govern certain little like elements, like being able to host an event and maybe perform a street closure on Market Street to host a concert or something like that and route traffic around it, things like that. signage, which for the most part, you know, the city and we have been aligned on the way that we've managed some of that. But whenever Hurricane Harvey happened and we lost our entrance signs at the North community and we went to go rebuild them, we were like, hey, Palmia has these wonderful, beautiful monument signs. We have these really small kind of signs. You don't really even notice them as you're passing by the community. Can we make bigger ones? We discovered we didn't have any language within the document entitling us to construct those monument signs. So at the time, I went and got a small PUD amendment. I came before, I think, the committee that manages kind of sign variances or something, and we got approved to do those signs. Thankfully, at the time, the water district allowed us to build them too within their easement, which because we didn't have room back further to do it. But now at South, we're building those signs even further back out of the easement. So we asked when we got to South to make them a little bit bigger so that they can be more visible from the road at that point. So we're putting things like signage, entrance monument signage and stuff into this document. In the future, if we ever get to the point where we're amending South again, the intention would be to take this newest standard and roll it forward with the South document, tweaking anything that's only present in South to be relevant there. But the intention is kind of for this to be the latest and greatest format. There are also cases where in our design code, we've often got, like, say in the North community, all those homes along the highway frontage on Fishhook Lane, they're what we call like a side yard home. So instead of having 2 5-foot side yard setbacks, you take all of that and you put it on one side of the lot. So you build up against the property line on one side, and then you have a 10-foot side yard on the other side. So your home is kind of designed to treat that as your yard. And then the next home starts right there at the edge of that 10-foot. And the city had worked with us on the construction of those. We don't necessarily intend to construct many more, but there are 2 that are unbuilt under our current plan. And so we've got language in there to ensure that, like, we're able to try to finish out what we've already started there, and that any, you know, understandings or the way that we've been executing is allowed to continue through, you know, staff changes. These projects take decades to execute. So we just kind of want to ensure that we set, you know, the ground rules here that we're operating under and are allowed to continue to operate under. So that was kind of the genesis of the document, again, motivated by annexing this new land in order to develop out a phase north of this beach access road. It's primarily to the north. There's a small section of land that's to the south, and there's some discussion we'll have regarding that piece and what our intentions are with it, height use across that lot. So that's the majority of it. Before we kind of dive into discussion, let's see, I've covered maps, retail, clarifications on retail. Some of this is like, we didn't have anything in here specifying that you could operate a service-based business in our retail zones. So we added services to the list of, you know, sort of operating businesses that you're allowed to have. We provided a lot of graphics to illustrate. This was more important, I think, when we were doing the amendment for South, but because this is the format now, it's being used here for this document to illustrate these different, you know, transect zones and to provide visuals both of from a land planning perspective when you're looking at our land plan, what to probably anticipate that zone to look like or represent, and then a written description of the kind of typical uses within that area. And part of the inclusion here was streets and right-of-ways in order to make comments regarding our ability to, you know, host an event out in that street area. Or in the case of the Cinnamon Shore South community, where we've had mobile vending within the document since it was originally written, the ability to host, say, a food truck rather than parking it in the park or defining exactly where that boundary is, that if the best spot to place that food truck for it to operate or mobile vendor is in a parking spot next to that park, that be permitted since it is a private right of way and private street. So the big kind of new addition for this in terms of our owners, which we notified them that we're coming to these meetings and tried to share an update as to what the document was about. The kind of new thing for the North community that we're asking for here is mobile vending. So that's something that we've just started using this past summer in Cinnamon Shore South. And it's been a bit of a rocky launch between getting the word out there to the folks in our community. We've had some pretty big weekends that were really kind of underperforming, like few $100s in volume on Memorial Day weekend on some of these. So those vendors have already, said that they're not really intending to come back. But we think that it's going to be a tool that we have at South now, and we have people wondering, hey, we saw that over there. Why don't you guys ever do that at North? Like, we keep asking, we never see this over here, even on a big weekend when, it's 2-hour wait at Dillon's and you can't get into Lisa Bella's and the pool's packed, and we drove to Port A, but like they had waits too. We just want a snack. Like, what can we do? Could you have a food truck? And that's where we see this coming into play, is when, everything else is just full to the brim and there's, more business to go around than the businesses can accommodate, as a way to help reduce kind of that load and provide better like service to our owners and guests so that they can, get something to eat or have somewhere to shop or something like that when it's just really busy. So that's a new ask for the North community, and something we'd like to have to kind of level the playing field with South. And I think it would be really well received by our owners and guests. So we hope you're open to it. And again, South does already have that language within the document. So that's something that we've added here to kind of follow suit. So I think that's most of the new additions. There are some things about golf cart parking, but before we dive into some of that, I wanted to share this. So Nicole sent me all of the comments. I'd been in the P&Z meeting. There were follow-up meetings, I think, with some of the members of council, with David, and she sent all of that to me last night. I spent the day today preparing some responses and stuff, just to kind of try to expedite through our conversations and address questions and comments you may have. So I was going to pass these out to all of you guys.
We were trying to prevent this from being a 2 hours.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
So the structure of these, I took the PUD document that Nicole gave each of you, and I didn't bring every page forward, but I wrote a number inside of a circle. And that kind of serves as your legend that coincides to the numbers that were like written here on this kind of commentary sheet at the beginning. And then at the very back, there's a few new sheets that serve as exhibits. And I'm realizing now I probably shouldn't have given this to you before Nicole goes through it. So pay attention to what she has to say, and I'll pass it off to her.
All right. So I gave you guys all of kind of our notes ahead of time so that you could take a look at it. Now with Daniel's comments back to us, I figured we could just kind of go through those as you see fit. So whatever questions or comments you have, I say let's start with those and move forward.
I mean, you addressed several of the questions that I had written down, which I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think that and some of them were, mobile vending, and, obviously it makes sense why you're doing the incorporation of, and changing the PUD. And I am interested to hear about the parking, but if you want to go in order, that's fine. I mean, some of those you guys may have already, Daniel may have already addressed them or not, but if we just want to go through, I think that's, whatever's most efficient. So.
Do you guys want to just do it going by page?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
That
We
probably will
need
be
to
the
make
best.
sure what your observation was in his comment,
Sure.
that the city is understanding it and feeling comfortable, or at least ask more questions.
So let's just start at the beginning and go through those pages. So the first page marked, all of those things that have been marked are just different from the previous PUD document. I think those are all pretty standard, and there's no questions there. Second and third page are good as well.
You're on Daniel's handout. Or-
I'm on the actual PUD document. So if we go to C1, I think that's probably the first page.
Okay, so to not create confusion,
Right.
because Daniel took your document
Correct.
and condensed it with his answers questions, can we stick to that?
Absolutely.
Is that, I mean, I think that'll be easier, because,
so.
and I agree with what you're saying, Nicole, you're right, no issue, so let's just go with the ones that maybe need
Yeah.
a clarification. Okay,
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So that is and now I'm gonna go at this page. So
Okay.
the
Yes.
first little box in that would be, it's labeled attachment C1. Daniel's comments here. You can read those. I don't need to read those out loud for you.
So fire access, we have a fire truck. We hope we never have to use it. Can that truck get to where it needs to be with these designs
Yes,
or changes?
yes. So
The big-
from a
the big-
layout
The big
perspective.
fire truck, not the little, one, the real one.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Yeah, and the civil engineers, whenever they design these phases, they run a like wheel analysis that shows how that fire truck's able to navigate through those streets, and they provide clear zones and determine like the radius on the curb, how much open space, like whether that's a tight 90 or whether they put a 15-foot radius or 25-foot radius, like how much space there is for that truck to move. So they make those design decisions throughout the process to ensure that that fire truck can get there. And then in this particular case, I think comment 1 or the first like note on this page C1, where I have number 1 is in regard to like event closures of a street. So this past October, we hosted a event for our owners that might have been November, but we had the grand opening of the like shops, and then we had a concert sort of in Market Street there. And so from Cinnamon Street, basically right before the 5 and 6 town center buildings where Dillon's are and those 2 kind of towers, we closed just from there to the circle, and you can direct traffic like around either side to reach that circle. And so we'd like to be able to do that in that location, or around Halloween. We did an event called Booze and Barbecue, and they closed a short section of Grand Boulevard and hosted kind of a pumpkin decorating contest, stuff like that out there. So I think because there's so few areas that we really think are suitable for this, and they're usually around these core amenities, I think our best plan to address fire safety and access concerns is going to be to collaborate with the city and the fire department on a plan for each of those areas in which we might host an event, create sort of a standardized plan that can be used reliably by us, and then notify the city and the fire department anytime we plan to do that street closure, like, hey, on this date, we're going to be having this event, so that they know in the event of an emergency access situation, instead of going straight down the street, they're going to go detour around to get to the other side, and then to accommodate for any needs within that event, just depending on how large it is, you know, points of access or things like that, so that there's a good strategy for how to ensure that that's not a
The
problem.
same way if we close the street.
The same way
Okay.
if we would do that on a regular city street.
And the fire.
But
department
let's
is involved.
clarify events. I mean, is every day a food truck's gonna be in a potential fire access lane? Is that gonna be an event that we have to coordinate on? I don't want to be coordinating 365 days a year for every day for a food truck.
That is not the plan.
Okay.
So the food trucks are intended to be more set up in out of the way
Right.
locations.
Okay.
They may also be a component of programming on a larger event.
Right.
But if we're doing them for any extended period of time, like we've done at South right now, they're positioned next to a park, and we put in services for power and things like that, so they wouldn't have to run generators. And they're rotating in and out. Since we don't have a grease trap, the water district isn't allowing us to use or dispose of sewer, so they take off with that and go dispose of it in Porpoise. And then the new truck, or maybe that same truck, comes back, but they're parked out of the roadway there.
So food trucks are allowed at Cinnamon Shore North?
Right now, they are not. This
Okay.
code would allow them.
Oh,
They are right
okay.
now allowed at
South.
Mia and at South.
So it makes it all kind of Homogeneous.
Everybody's under the same rules.
So when we're under the PUD, just to be careful, y'all's stuff goes to the surf median line, correct? Your property,
They
your
own a
PUD.
mean high tide, yes.
mean high tide, okay.
Oh.
We're not expecting that you're gonna decide to put a food truck out on the sand on the beach. In your PUD,
I'll
which you're
jump in
allowed
there right
to.
now. So our coastal management plan does not allow commercial activity on the beach. So that would override it. We do give them a little bit of extra allowance, because they don't conduct the activity on the beach to set up those, to set up those chairs and everything,
But we're
but
not gonna have
food trucks would never be allowed.
stores and food trucks sitting on.
What we do, as Nicole mentioned, like we call that area out on the beach within our plan a recreational civic area.
Okay,
And the intention there is under recreational civic, we have the allowance for certain activities that make use of their location, such as the beach, to set up chairs and umbrellas and stuff, and that gives the city a little bit of strength.
so
To
we
protect
can,
us with the.
so it can be,
or
we can exclude
With the GL.
food trucks. I mean, we don't want to involve the GLO and say, yes, we can, no, we can't, but we can exclude food trucks and those types of vending in those recreational areas. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Are we allowed to write it that way? And I'm thinking if this becomes a standard for a PUD, for y'all's plus years and it gets added on, how tight can we make it so that we can keep, you can do the things you want to do and we can keep the things, especially the beach, like free from a food truck.
Like in the transect zones, it does say what is allowed and not allowed
Okay.
in those areas. For the civic, it talks about limited use. Are you asking to be more specific as to the specific uses that would be allowed in those areas?
We can add that, right? I mean, we're rewriting the PUD, so, or adding or stuff, just so people will know, hey, way back in 25, they said it right here, no. Because you don't want to do that. That's not an intent.
Yeah.
Okay, or should be an intent of the person that creates the next PUD and all of a sudden has vendors for the plus.
It's amenable to.
Yeah, I think so. The only concern that I have, and I don't expect that your rules would change, but if we write it into our PUD and your rules suddenly go a different direction. Say by state mandate or
Right.
something, then I am somehow at the, like, got
gotta
the
come
most
back to
restrictive
that.
rule
Right,
and I have
right.
to ask.
But
can
you come
take the
back.
Handcuffs off.
I wonder if you could write that in a way that allows that, puts language in there that says if the
Consistent
state
with-
rules, if the Port Aransas city rules change.
Yeah.
All of our other rules.
These limited uses or city uses, whichever is most restrictive.
I think that could work.
That can,
Yeah, the beach activities right now that we're looking to be able to support are those that we've kind of historically done, which are, setting up chairs and umbrellas for folks. A recent addition that has been a little bumpy, we've only been able to get it out there about 25% of the time, is a restroom trailer like Palmia has got set up. We've tried to do that some, but due to high tide and stuff, we've not been out there that often. So I think instead we're going to be setting those up within the community near the walkover so that you can walk from the beach back into the community, use it and head back. And then, or like handing out like water.
fires are
to
allowed.
people. Yeah, doing
Okay.
the setting up bonfires, kind of concierge setup of that, bringing of a s'mores kit out. Like, so those sort of beach support, beach service activities, similar to, I think, what some of the beach concessionaires are doing, but we're just doing it only on the portion of our property where we're serving our guests.
I think we can come to a pretty good clarification there that everybody will be comfortable with. All right. The next one, item number 2.
Prior to development or sale. So city's concern here was to protect residential interests and ensure that we're not, doing disruptive activities throughout residential areas. And that's understood and surprisingly a lot more self-governing than you would think. there have been some times when, like in the north community behind what is now 8 and 9 Town Center, it's kind of on the El Cortez Casa side of the community. Back when I got there in 2017, there was sort of a maintenance yard set up. And it had been there for a number of years already. That area eventually became a residential area. It was called out as a more kind of multifamily zone within the PUD, even in the original kind of concept. It was called out to be like a condo or something higher density. But at the time when that was first set up, it was the middle of nowhere within the community. There was nothing else really even close to it. And that's often the scenario where I'm thinking this is going to be, useful to us, is we've set up a new phase. There's really nothing out there. We're going to release these 20 lots and then these 20 lots. We maybe built 100, but it's like we've got several years of inventory. And for now, we need a place to stage materials, set up a temporary sales office or association office or something. So these spots where we might use a site transitionally before it eventually shifts to a more permanent use. And so I tried to come up with language that you might find accomplishes what you're desiring in terms of protecting that residential interest, which is providing like a 50-foot buffer from any residential use around a transitional kind of use like this, and then screening that in the direction of any completed residents. So that was kind of the direction I took with it.
It was just kind of like what you did at South
Yes.
with the golf carts.
Yeah. Now those we actually indicated because we had this experience at North trying to find, operational areas, and then that being in close proximity to lots for sale. So there's a lot of pressure from the sales team and from buyers in that area to see those activities relocated and stuff. So when I said it's kind of self-policing, there's a lot of internal pressure where it's like, hey, can you get that stuff out of there? We could move these slots or find this buyer to close. Like they really want to see that gone. So in South, we designated up front areas where we felt we would be conducting those activities and included the appropriate zoning for those areas so that we can do that long term. Now it's not a surprise to anyone buying in that area.
Y'all need some parking over there. That's what I'd do some of that work.
David, do you see an issue with adding that language in and allowing that?
Still kind of digesting it.
Okay.
There you go.
I think the next issue is probably one that we can fix pretty quickly with Daniel's proposed modifications to that. So that language, sorry, I can't read it from your little sheet.
Oh, yes. It was intended to be a legend, not actually to be like read.
So, this one came up at P and Z. I think it's one that needs to be changed. Right now, at the exterior of all PUD boundaries, they have to meet our setback requirement, all of our different requirements, our city standards. The language in here said that this restriction may be lifted if the neighboring property becomes annexed into this PUD, or if the neighboring owner grants written permission that the transitional height limit is not required. That's problematic because that language is written into our city ordinances that PUDs have to maintain that on the end. So we don't, as a city, want to give up the ability to a neighboring property to give, non-compliance of our ordinances. So I think we can get to what the basis of their ask is with some different language. And if you see on number 3, Daniel wrote on here, his proposed modification would be to strike out that language and to include or a sister PUD into that language. So it would be if there was a PUD that was built right next to Cinnamon Shore North, then neither one would have to meet those guidelines because it's PUD to PUD rather than PUD to city or city regular lots.
Yeah, right.
I feel like that's a good compromise.
Yeah.
And number 4, this is just from things that we've dealt with in the past. That language says, additional restrictions and or governance for allowable uses exist through applicable associations and the regulating authority, like retail association, homeowners association, which is fine. It's similar to state law versus city law. State law writes something, law can be more restrictive, but not less restrictive. I just wanted it to be very clearly written in that PUD document that those extra restrictions can be more restrictive than this PUD document, but don't have the ability to be less. Daniel agrees that's easy to fix in that language.
I think most of these handouts are double-sided, so you may have to look on the back side of that legend sheet to see where 5 is located. It's your favorite.
So I highlighted a lot of things in here that I think were obviously different from previous PUDs. Some of them don't really make a big difference. They're very minute changes. And this number 5, I was just saying and showing that it is a slight change. It could be a slight increase of those heights. In the T3, T4 section, they were previously limited to 2.5 stories. Now they're limited to 3, which could add that additional height. Would anybody be able to recognize that from the ground? Probably not.
And I'd make the comment that this is what's in place at the South community. So for an example of what it looks like if this were the height kind of criteria, that's the development, like heights under which South is developed, so.
And did this really come about from the extra, I don't want to call them, I don't know what the architectural word is, but the little extra,
Yeah, we
I want to call them
like-
Widow's Peak is a horrible reference, but those extras, a lot of the homes have those, which are not
Right.
really a floor, but it adds height to the building.
Yeah, like these
the way
kind
it's
of
measured.
sort of
Cupola.
architectural embellishments.
Jen.
Yeah, habitable attic spaces,
Right.
we kind of
Okay.
call them half stories and.
You kind of fix that in South, but it needs to be fixed in North.
Right,
Okay.
and actually in South, we allow less, which is surprising, but your counter is probably about 3 foot high there. So the perimeter wall on a half story in the North community, we allow to be 3 foot high, and then you can utilize vaulted ceilings and sort of the pitch of your roof or some dormers to get some habitable space up there on that story. And we found that in a lot of cases with that 3 foot high allowance, people were putting significant footage up there and the homes were getting kind of unmarketably large in some scenarios.
Expensive.
And expensive, yeah, so we reduced that to 2 foot at South to kind of squish that back down and be like, it's not another floor, it's a half story.
Yeah.
And so we keep it at 3 foot here because that's what North's already been operating under, so we left it as was. But in South, we did reduce that number.
South is currently 12 stories max.
Only under T6, and I only have one site that's designated T6. It's our phase 6 pool site. I think I've got that called out as T6. We don't plan to do anything like that. That's not really.
If this becomes the standard and we've got 12 stories in here, are other people gonna do it? Not you, and say, yeah, I'm gonna do. All of mine are gonna be 12 stories. If somebody
You mean
writes up
other
like, in
developers
the
or?
future, if we're using this and we're updating,
Yeah, so.
I don't wanna update to something that's got everything and people go,
Right.
give me 10, 12 story buildings and off I go.
So while that's written as sort of the language for the T6, there's only one property under this map.
Okay.
That is called out as T6, and we've reduced that to 60 feet. On this plan, after feedback from the city and planning and zoning, we already reduced that to 60 feet. Now, we didn't change the allowance for T6
Right.
in general, because it was broadly already written that way. That's the way that it is in Palmia, and that's the way that it is in our South PUD. So to try to keep those kind of uniform, we just left the designation as it was, but then we called it a lower height restriction on the one lot that we're requesting to identify as T6.
And that's identified on the map later on in the PUD document where that height restriction is limited on that lot. Everything on the bottom of that page was kind of just visuals of things that are already allowed in that HUD document. So number 6. This is the request to change that allows cantilevered and bump outs for houses to extend beyond the property line. I'll let Daniel explain the request.
Yes, so this is the first kind of handout. If you, well, the first handout, if you flip another page, I think, into this stack. This sort of exhibit document is the one that coincides to this particular item. So this is a example, this and the next page. I provided 2 examples of sort of what we scenarios where we see this coming up. I agree there's problems with the language, the way that it was written, so we do need to revise it in some way. But I wanted to clarify sort of what the intent or the way that we envision this being used to be. This first example is of 5 Town Center, and then we did the same thing on 6 Town Center across the street. So to accomplish this, it's not built off of the property. Instead, what we did was we worked with the water district and urban engineering who had prepared the plat. And we determined that we didn't have any utilities within that section of the right of way. And we worked with them to replat the right of way so that we had this bump out of building that sits over the sidewalk area. So we have this kind of architectural tower as you're pulling in. There's these 2 buildings that sit a little bit closer to the street and sort of frame that view as you're pulling in. And then when you're walking up to those buildings, the sidewalk and entry to those areas are under that building. So that's the type of thing that I was trying to make a little bit easier in the way that I was adding that to the PUD. But I do think that that needs to be tweaked, but not entirely sure whether we fully eliminate it or just find some other language that accomplishes or, you know, understands the sort of architectural expression and stuff that we're trying to accomplish by permitting either construction up to property lines or in cases over property lines. So this next one gives an example. If you flip one more page, now this is from South, but this is something that we're actively hoping to do in the South community. If you see on this is some renderings of our South Town Center. And at the kind of street side of this lawn space, the area in which you enter, we've got this kind of framed gateway, this kind of rectangular arch that sits over the walkway as you walk in. That red line that I've sort of drawn there is where that property line sits. So we'd like to have basically a wall, you know, cross over that wall. Is it part of the building? Is it some kind of architectural embellishment? It's a non-habitable space, but that kind of gives an example. And then these other 2 photos to the right and lower section of the page, between the restaurant and the adjacent building, which is intended to be a condo building with ground floor retail. Because these buildings sit on kind of double street frontage where they're on a corner, we felt it wasn't wise to take up a bunch of good street frontage and dedicate it towards residential points of entry. So we put our residential entryway in this sort of fancy alleyway between that and the restaurant that we're kind of calling the Muse. And then we framed that with this sort of opening so that you enter this space and it kind of feels like, oh, I'm not in a alleyway. I'm in like an upscale entry to my condo. And we did that because we did a much worse job on that on a prior project where we have entryways to nice condos and we have back of house for restaurants kind of commingled. And we wanted to find a different way to execute that to kind of separate those 2 things. And so those are some reasons or kind of illustrations of the vision and intention for that language. I think we just need to find a way to rephrase that.
So you'd have to come
make
back and
that
amend the South PUD in order to do this.
Huh?
You would have to come back and amend the South PUD in order to do this.
Yeah, I would, or I'd need to find a way to make it work the way that we did on 5 and 6 Town Center, where we kind of replatted that. I do have multiple buildings on one lot there where the condo and the restaurant are technically sharing a lot within like a condo association. And so we can probably add that language in the condo association to make the little entry to the condo one possible, but that larger entry arch that sits next to the lawn and restaurant. Right now, I think I'd need to come back and amend the south PUD to be able to accomplish that.
How many more spots would you even have in the Cinnamon Shore North, for lack of a better word, PUD, to even do this, Daniel?
You know, at the moment, I don't really have any in mind.
Right.
It's just, I feel like whatever we establish here, you know, I'm already here. If we agree on something, then I come back later to amend south and we have agreed language, then it kind of makes it easier. So there's a few things I'm fighting for here that I don't know that I'll use. But
You're
that's
trying to
sort
be
of one.
consistent between the two.
Right.
I get it.
Which makes it
Why don't
easier
you
for
just put the
everybody.
building on a bigger piece of land?
You know, I keep hearing the
Building still, I mean,
Work on that.
right.
draw the box, now put this.
You know,
Trying not to
Rather
fill
than-
boxes is what they're trying
Or-
not to do.
Well, don't cantilever over your property line, just
right.
shrink it down and.
I feel that
I'm sorry.
All
I'm not a developer.
No problem.
That's
All
why-
I've learned is that in basically every developer that I've worked with, or anyone we've brought on board that's had experience with other developers, is the plans are always changing, and it's like whatever you agree to today, it's likely to need to be different tomorrow. Yeah.
I do want to point out that this is just in the T5, T6 transect, so
Mhm,
this is
okay.
not in kind of your standard residential.
Right,
area, which is
right.
very-
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, I don't
Right.
see that many more spaces. You
Yeah.
can do that in North, but
Right.
I get that this is something you want to be prepared for in South, so I'm fine with that.
All right, so we'll move on to number 7, which is signs. Historically, internal PUD, we have not regulated signs in the same way that we regulate city standard signs. On the exterior of all the PUDs, similar to the different setback and height requirements, that's where we want to be able to still have that city, oversight for those. We don't want everybody to, be putting out a million signs in areas that they don't need to be. So, on your sheets, I've kind of filled out what's allowed by city. That's what I've written in on the right-hand side on the big sheets that you've got. P&Z did talk to the developers, talk to Daniel about temporary signs on the PUD boundaries being, having to meet city standards. I think it's important that all the signs on the city boundaries need to meet city standards. Daniel will speak to the monument signs.
Right, yeah, so I took, the only exception I think I take to that is on the monument signage, because I know that the signage that we constructed at South, which is the size of signage that we're asking to be entitled here, did not meet that, and I had to come get permission to construct that. So I just wanted, I think it's per sign. If we only had one, I think we met it, but we'd like to have 2, or be allowed to have 2, one on both sides of the entrance. And so that's what I'm proposing here, is like save and accept those entrance monument signs, any other signage that we construct that might be, along the boundaries of the PUD, be compliant with the city's signage.
When Palmia was done, were those approved signs? They
were-
didn't accidentally build it big and now he wants to build
So-
it too?
No, they're
Originally, those were in place prior to me getting here, so I don't know how.
Well,
those
They were, I
went.
believe, if I remember correctly, I believe they got variances, and then we came back in 2010 and created a new sign classification, 55-mile-an-hour zone.
45 and
yeah.
55.
So now it's standard, now it's not a variance.
Yeah, because when they built their monument signs for Water's Edge, they were within ordinance.
So on commentary number 7, it says, I believe the city allows up to one sign up to 120 square feet. We'd like to have a pair per entrance.
And maybe I'm incorrect on that number and needed to verify that.
But we allow, ours is per
Per
lot. So
lot.
if you have two
Yeah.
different lots on the side of a street,
Per lot. It's not per
then
entrance.
you would get a pair technically
Yep.
because it's,
So
we're a per lot sign ordinance.
ours have been, the ones at South at least, we constructed within the right of way since we had a kind of a wider street section entering the community with kind of bigger unpaved shoulder areas for landscaping and some buffer from those homes. We just have one like lot that's making contact with the highway. That we put, you know, a sign in the right of way on both sides, but we have 4 entrances there at South. And I was only really able to pull off a sign at 2 of them. The other 2, there's so many utilities and things that are coming in that space that I just didn't have room to execute on it. So I don't have signs there, but like that main entrance area by our town center where I showed the lawn and all of that, like in the future, when we go build a building there, whatever buildings are closest to the highway, we might try to do something like we have on the rentals building at the North Community right there on Market Street, where there's sort of a architectural element there, and then we put the umbrella on it or something, in lieu of having the ability to fit a sign down on the ground, because I just don't have the room without like straddling a water line or a, you know, 3-phase primary electrical conduit or something. And Scott Mack doesn't want that. Like AEP doesn't want it. So I lost some entrance signs at some of those locations, and those are ways that we might be able to incorporate them. So I mentioned on here that in some cases we may prefer to mount signage on a building in lieu of constructing a freestanding sign.
And also on the proposed modification, I would like not, so the signage along the PUD boundary. But I would also like to include Beach Access Road as part of that PUD boundary. So not just the perimeters, but also Beach Access Road
Okay.
B.
Gonna have a new name, but yes.
Yeah.
On phase 3, it butts right up against that water. On his map, or is that the drainage ditch? Is that the V ditch full of water?
What are we looking at?
We're talking about where the beach road goes and where the sign goes. On his phase 3,
Oh,
what goes there?
You're looking at the beginning.
Oh,
I went
yeah,
phase
yeah,
3.
so we carry the PUD boundary, all the land that's under ownership, so it goes right up to the mean high water line. Yeah,
No, on the
Talking about
361 side.
that little.
Okay, oh, yeah, so that's just the frontage of the property line, so that's right in line with the power poles, is basically where the property line is.
And we have room to get a road, or are we doing a bridge to get on that road?
We would
on
do
this.
some kind of culvert, I would
No, right
imagine.
If that's your property line and this is a lake, how do we get a road?
Your road sits.
Right in the middle of phase 3.
Yeah,
All right.
it's there.
Yeah.
And this is,
Talking
That
about
is
this,
the-
right.
Correct, that's a owner's property, so.
No, but that's not where,
Okay.
that's not where the
The
road.
1T6 property.
All right.
Our road's going,
This is phase 3,
that's where you're
right?
gonna put the.
it's phase 3.
Well, no, it's a 60 foot.
It's right in the middle of
There's
phase 3.
another
Okay.
picture of
Middle
it.
of phase
If
3.
you go back a little bit, there's another.
Yeah, D1 shows.
It's not on that side.
And that's
Tanya,
T6
it's in
property.
the middle.
He's-
Correct, that's
Dale
the
thinks
property
it's
that we're.
here.
Oh,
Here.
okay.
This one. It's in the middle.
Gotcha.
They have it back.
It's
Okay, gotcha.
Well, we're
You're not
indicating
going
60
to, but,
feet.
okay.
Yeah, so and we can either wait till we get to that one, or we can
Okay.
discuss it now.
All right, no, sorry, I'll wait.
Oh.
Okay, so
Maybe-
where are we on the
We
sign?
might already be there.
Yeah.
Sign part.
The sign.
David didn't want signs on
Uh,
the.
Well, I just want the boundary to also
Include.
the boundary should include Beach Access Road
Right.
B, both sides also.
I agree.
And so your reasoning for that, I'm just asking.
Well, because, you know, like if they do develop phase 3, like the commercial area up front,
Yeah,
you know, their signage facing the new beach access road shouldn't be, in my opinion, shouldn't be any greater than what someone
Okay,
else gets at
okay.
another business in town.
okay.
Like a-
Because that's a city road.
Right.
So anything facing a city road or the highway, in my opinion, should fall under the the same city regs.
Okay. For me, it does.
We can rephrase that.
Yeah.
If you'd like, rather than calling it beach access road, we can just call it city road. That way the language is kind of
Yeah.
evergreen.
Yeah.
Public road.
Right.
Sure.
I mean, roads in between here. I thought he's just calling.
All right, so we'll move on to what I think is gonna be probably the biggest
Swear that
part of
was.
the conversation. Number 8 is the desire to allow some percentage of golf cart parking for required parking.
I have a handout for this one too. So there's kind of two, I think, comments I guess I'll make regarding the golf cart parking is, we do have a lot of golf carts in the community and, you know, providing adequate parking spaces for all those folks and trying to get as many people to those areas. Like if they're coming by cart, we can accommodate more carts if we plan that they're going to be parked in park spaces in that same, you know, allocation of space, I'll call it. Like, if we know that 50% of the people coming to the pool are coming by cart, then rather than having a bunch of carts taking up wide parallel parking spots and having people park blocks down the road, like we can plan more cart parking spaces around certain amenities and accommodate, you know, more easy access to those carts. So I provided this cart parking example. This is in Cinnamon Shore South at Neighborly Square Pool. So we had what were 4 parallel parking spots along the side of this property. There was going to be really the ability to park about 2 cars between these big medians in each of these parallel parking spots that we had originally constructed. And when we went to plan this pool, we were thinking, man, there's really less parking near this site than we wish we had constructed. What can we do to accommodate more folks over there? And so around the other sides of the site, we have full-size car parallel parking spots. But I had decided I had water lines. You can even see the white lines kind of tagged on here. So I couldn't build any structures that close to it. I had an AP primary line on that side, so I couldn't construct my pool over it. I kind of had this unusable sort of space that I was like, the best use is shrink the pool site, add more parking. So we extended the depth of all of those parallel parking spots and turned those 4 car parking spots into 16 cart parking spots. And you can see an image over here that we took. I don't know exactly when, but there's like 5 or 6 carts parked there and 1 car. So, you know, that was getting used in the way that we sort of intended. And regardless of which direction we sort of go with the discussion on allowance, how much is permissible, whether or not it's permissible, there's some language under here that we, I have called private facilities under that parking section, where it basically discusses that because the pool is a community amenity to the homes in that community, we don't have to provide the standard like parking for a public pool facility where you have to accommodate, you know, everyone coming by car because people can just walk over from the homes. So those are the areas that I think we're most likely to use this. And in those areas, I don't have a established minimum anyway, so it's a little moot whether or not we, you know, pick a achievable number. Because that's done with on-street parking. I think the areas where you're probably more concerned is in the case of, say, Lisa Bella's is opening for the first time. It's required to have X number of parking spaces per the parking plan. And we want to substitute a bunch of full-size spaces for cart spaces, I think is where your kind of reservations lie. So for those areas, I was trying to kind of follow what was recently, I wouldn't call it mutually agreed, but what was sort of agreed to during some recent conversations with P&Z on some alternative parking plans that they were considering and approved by council. So that's kind of the number. That was a recent change. Like, I think I even submitted an updated copy to Nicole after that meeting where it was being submitted the next day. And I was like, let's change that. I had it 20 or something. I was like, let's make it 30. It seems like 30's stomachable for a number. So happy to have a discussion on this. I don't think we're looking to really substitute drive to destination car spots. like where we're pulling in outside traffic or where we know we're getting car,
This is only like at a pool.
or that's the area where I'm intending.
No houses, no condos.
So houses and condos, we wouldn't be looking at that. Like on the houses, they have either on-lot parking or we have a home site condominium where they're walk up. And we still provide the minimum number for the cars. We provide those units 2 parking spaces. But then we've also recently been providing them 1 car parking space in order to, have a spot with that. And not have that show up somewhere else on the street.
And in your PUD, you set parking spaces for your units, not like us in the city.
Correct. So the biggest area where that comes into play is like our retail parking plan, which is different than the way a standard business would have, like, I bought this property, I'm gonna build whatever it is, a condo, a restaurant, a hotel on it. We're gonna establish that I need 40 parking spots and I have to fit all of those on my lot. In our retail areas, the developer almost always plans all of the parking.
Right.
And so we've got all of the parking either installed up front or a large portion of it installed very early in the process. And then we go in and designate these, building sites for a mixed use building. It'll have condos over a restaurant. The restaurant will say requires 40 parking spots and there's 4 condos, they each require 2. So you need 8 more. So you're like, I need 48 parking spots. I reach out to Nicole and I'm like, we have 250 within the retail district. Let's strike off 48 of them as accounted for. And then we go open another business and we start counting against that total. And then when we start getting towards the end, if we don't have enough parking spots, we either need to find new parking or the kind of last guy to show up gets kind of the short end of the stick and can't have the desired occupancy they wanted, for that site. So it's possible that we over program and like don't build a building that we had once planned to because we ate up all of the, parking we needed by doing that elsewhere. So long way to say, I don't know that really the golf cart parking is going to come up on like the retail parking uses as much as I wanted to write it in there, but I don't think that we're going to be really making use of it much. And if we need to modify that pretty significantly, I don't see that being a problem. The example I provided is really the scenario in which we see it happening most often. And I think I'd like to be able to kind of self-govern those areas where we see an opportunity to improve how many people we can easily park at a site, because it's mostly golf carts going to that pool or whatever. And we can convert a couple parking spots and get 4 times as many, carts parked there. That's an area that, I think we'd like to be able to do that. And a good example in the North community is at Dunes Pool. We have a bunch of parallel parking spots constructed there. And I have no plans to do it right now. It's not on our project list or anything, but there's an opportunity there in the future that we could go add pavement to those parking spots and accommodate a lot more parking if we designated those as carts only.
How many, like, for example, in North, how many dwelling units are there?
I believe it's right at about 350 when the condos all get fully built out, and there's 6, I think, unbuilt kind of condo units and probably 10 unbuilt.
Okay, and how many current golf carts are in North?
It's a good question. I think we'll have a number for that pretty soon. We're going to be doing like a registration program to try to get like a tally on all of that. But I think it's a couple hundred. Our golf cart rental business plans for 1.1 per booking on average, or actually 1.1 per home. So they don't really do it per reservation. They just, some people already own a cart or whatever, but then their neighbor booked 3. So it just kind of averages that we rent out about 1.1.
Yeah, my fear is that that number keeps going up. And that all of a sudden that number's 1.5, and then it's 2. And the carts just keep, it's a good moneymaker, but we have no control over that part, so the cars are all still coming, but the carts numbers are increasing which means the parking gets worse, and we don't have any control over that. Right now, we do have control. We know the cars are coming down, but right now, what the wild card that we have no control over is how many cars they're renting in the subdivision, and if that continues to climb, all this parking is for moot because you don't control it, and all of a sudden there's 400 carts in this subdivision, and the problem is getting worse and worse and worse, and we have no control over that whatsoever.
How different are you on like a 5-bedroom house? We figured out it takes how many vehicles can we have in a 5-bedroom house? What's on?
You can have a lot.
No, how many require for parking?
For a parking spot for a 5-bedroom house in a short-term rental district in the city, it would require 5 parking spots.
So 5.
Off-site, or on-site.
Property.
On-site.
Okay. So if 3 families come in those 5 cars, they're gonna have 3 golf carts possibly. Do you guys make allowances for those 3 extra vehicles?
So we
Or
do,
Are you 5-bedroom, 5 parking spaces or no?
so we don't require that level of parking spots. When we get to bigger homes, typically our 5 bedrooms are golf fronts or are kind of first tier homes. And on those, we do require 4 non-garage parking spots be present, like for that home
Okay.
within the site. And then we usually try to plan for additional on-street parking near those areas where we construct for each like lot that we plan. I think we have to provide 1.5 or 1.25, or sorry, a quarter. Yeah, 2.25. So we have to provide a quarter of an extra parking spot. So for every 4th home, there's a community parking spot somewhere nearby. And those are helpful. Sometimes we permit the golf carts to park in traditionally non-parking spots, like in the landscape next to the home or something, to try to get it off of the driveway so that a car can park there longer term. And we're kind of divided internally as to how soon we might need to follow any measures like this. But I'm a proponent of kind of a park and ride scenario, where like we're talking about building, and it'll come up on the next items, this maintenance facility. It's primarily a golf cart storage barn to keep those out of the elements and to store those. With that, there's going to be some additional space that I think we can accommodate some parking, maybe like leave your car with us, take this cart or whatever, and do that on property where we have a bit of property to spare and can get some cars off of the street. Within the vacation rental management program, I also support that we add a like thing that states that, hey, your house has 3 parking spots or whatever. You're going to get 3 parking passes.
and that's it.
Those have to be parked in the driveway or whatever. We know one of them is going to be double stacked, and that's inconvenient. Do it. And then like get those to park there and charge an additional, like if you're bringing another car, charge for that parking pass. We could implement that, not charge for the parking pass initially, do that for a couple years just so that people like see, hey, we're waiving a $25 a day parking pass fee or whatever. But it's really just to discourage people from bringing that extra car if they could have. And then that in combination with park and ride, try to pull our employee cars off property. Like, a lot of our employees show up for particular shifts and they're showing up a dozen at a time or something. We could park all of them like on the marina property in a lot and bust them over. So I think that solving the parking problem or parking stress that we feel really during the summer period is the only time that it's a challenge. But it's going to be like a multifaceted approach to
Has
kind of
our big
address.
fire truck driven through up and down all the roads of Cinnamon Shore North in the summer, like at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, just to make sure all the engines?
Yeah, we did it
Okay.
a couple years ago when we kicked off the red striping program.
Okay,
So I'm part of that.
Yeah.
I know that we did it back in 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I rode with Chris
so it
Mangan.
works. I mean, a good driver.
Yeah. That is what kind of prompted the red striping program.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So that people would follow the rules.
Well,
That's your concern with the parking is not getting,
Oh, yeah,
Our vehicle-
my only fear is that I get our fire guys can get all the way to the
right,
last cul-de-sac.
And that to a lesser degree gets tested on a weekly basis with trash pickup. Yeah, so.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, that can be tough because then it's not just cars and stuff. There's like a couple hundred trash cans that are on the property and the guys are out there early trying to like fit those between the cars to get them down the driveway into the street. So,
I think the pool going to golf carts makes having a higher percentage of the pool. They've parked their car. They hopefully don't get in it and they zoom around and go to the pool in a golf cart. I think that's where else you'd try to do that, but a pool makes sense. That's,
Yeah.
nobody's getting in their truck to drive around the block to the pool.
Sounds like everybody's kind of agreeing on that. The way that it's written in this document right now allows for more than that. So I think that like.
That was the big concern, or
that's the
why,
big one.
why
that
are
I'd
we
like
missing,
protected
why are
right
we
now.
missing it? Why are we missing the concern? Why am I not feeling the concern of, like at the
There was
pool, putting that there? Well, no, she said that was a big
No,
concern.
no,
No.
not at the pool.
Oh,
Not there,
okay.
That want and the language that needs to be written in there for that pool use would automatically translate to other uses there the way that it's written now. I think that if we tightened up that language to be very specific about what they want and what we want to allow them to do,
Okay.
it would be a better solution.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I think the pool makes perfect sense because if you don't, you're gonna have carts parking on the street, which then eliminates a spot for a regular car to park on the street and it creates more chaos. So this makes total sense. So if you can tighten up the language so that it's not now all of a sudden every house has 10 carts
Yeah.
and no place for my F-350,
Right.
that's the problem that we don't want to have.
Okay.
I think we could probably work together before the next meeting to get that language to be what you guys are
Yeah.
agreeing to.
Yeah, and to Dave's point, if we feel, I think, if this is possible, that the amount of carts in the subdivision are exceeding what should be allowed, period, for congestion, then maybe we can talk about registration numbers or something like that. I mean,
If they don't rent them from Cinnamon Shore, they'll rent them from Bronx or certain towns.
we're probably more likely to rent down the street.
I
Yeah.
mean, I think it's definitely a conversation we need
Yeah,
to have,
I
because
mean-
we can't, we don't wanna see 700 golf carts
Right.
in Cinnamon Shore and then not have any place for any, there's looking at
Right.
the golf cart
Yeah.
spots that you.
They'll
can
end
plus
up
all the
fixing
stores.
that individually. If
Mhm.
I would imagine they will self-limit themselves.
they'll fix that,
Yeah.
you'll have to fix that if it gets.
There will be no more like capacity to rent carts.
Something, there'll be
Yeah, there's
something.
like, you just like pull it off the lot, pull
Yeah.
back in the lot after an hour. I couldn't find anywhere to park.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here are the keys.
Yeah,
Have it back.
because the new Beach Street will be red striped on both sides.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't, yeah.
The
we
new
don't-
Beach Street's
yeah.
gonna be red striped on both sides. There'll be no
No
on-street
on-street
parking.
parking on that way, yeah.
Similar to all of it. back there. Okay, so we'll move on. Okay, juggling a lot of papers here. To, I do want to make a comment on that page, Daniel. There was a couple of notes that were just specific to me that I wrote. That calling out 9 by 18 parking spots, city standard for parallel is a little bit bigger than that.
Okay,
And so
yeah,
I
we
was-
use a larger for a parallel. It's generally like 7 by 25
Okay,
or
I
something.
was just hoping we could get kind of that same language in here to make it a little.
Okay, I think we could have.
85% of parallel parkers for DPS fail parallel parking.
I am a
That's actually-
fantastic parallel parker and I can't park straight. to stay behind it. Okay, so moving on to number 9.
Exactly it.
Is our T6 transect lot. That they have limited after P and Z's discussion to 60 foot. The discussion that Dave and I and a couple of you had was that lot, because it is on a PUD boundary, still has to adhere to kind of the requirements of regular city standards, which means an additional setback. So that additional setback,
60 feet,
I tried to look
40
for
feet,
that.
it's
40.
40 feet.
okay.
I can give you that code.
Okay,
But
yeah, that
it
would
is
feel.
an additional 40 feet that allows you to get up to a 60-foot building, and then if you go beyond that, it's additional setbacks, but you're limited to 60 feet, so I think that setback of 40 feet. From the city road and the adjoining property before it gets to the HUD. I'm sorry. Would
Okay.
still adhere. Here.
Okay, would that be along the highway frontage and the beach access or just the highway frontage?
That is a good question, and I don't think we.
I would
we
think it
say
would
that
be
the
both.
Street frontage, the access road frontage as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to see a higher height allowance on that than is allowed in the city.
What do you think about your parking garage there?
Yeah, so that's where, like, I've laid out and I don't have a printout of the site plan, but I laid out a 100 by 200 foot, like metal building to, provide enough space that we could, I don't have like a design for it. I laid out schematically how it could work, but the turning radius for a golf cart, a 6-seater is about 15 feet. So I built like a little looping track and thought about building a multi-level parking deck or something to be able to put golf carts like on multiple floors and store them within a building or something. And then have the other half of that building have space for other storage like the chair and umbrella trucks and trailers with them attached and things like that. So that's why it's a pretty sizable structure. And then I had just enough space, like following the setbacks that are drawn on this map, which I think are 20 foot from the highway frontage and probably 10 foot from the beach access road. But there's another 10-foot buffer lot, I think, on that between this property and the beach access road that we're planning to use towards berming. So there's really like 15 feet.
setback from a road.
Front to that.
Mhm.
Well, the highway has an additional
There's our
in the
street.
CZ, is it CZ1 or CZ2?
But HUD, override that, yeah.
Well, if you chose to allow it.
So I have a layout where I had just enough space to fit like a 56-foot wide, which would be a parking. Actually, it was not, it was more than that, 100 something, double that. Like a parking lane with head-end parking on both sides, looping around to a parking lane with head-end parking on both sides, and that building in that space. Now, if I move that building and maybe put it towards the middle, and maybe it's not 200 feet long, it's 180 or something, I could get that to work and loop the parking all the way around the building. But I guess that's like here to discuss, like, I think, you know, we worked with the city to add the land necessary for the beach access road, and we're hoping to use this lot to kind of support certain services and stuff over there. So if y'all would be amenable to consideration on what you think a fair setback is for that. I think that additional 40 feet sounds a little more than necessary, but I guess that drops if the building's not as high.
Or anything over 35 feet requires that.
Okay.
How far back?
I'll get that
How
language
far
and
back
see
are
how
your
much that
homes?
really affects.
How far back are your properties and buildings and structure? Not
Uh,
fences from the highway.
So these
Lot 1 through 3.
generally 25 feet. Most of the stuff that's built along the highway frontage there is at about 25 feet. We have like a 20-foot kind of common area on some of the lots, and then a 5-foot setback on the neighboring lot for a total of 25 feet. And then a lot of the fish hook homes, they own all the way up to the frontage of the property, but then they have a 25-foot setback. So the 20-foot water district easement plus an additional 5-foot.
And if they widen 361, is that gonna put highways in people's backyard?
I mean, they'd have to close the ditches and
Okay.
stuff to do it, but they have a 120-foot, I think, easement along all the portions of the
Wouldn't be
property
better
that
than
they
that.
own. So that's significant. And I think you could fit 4 lanes there if
All right.
culvert the ditches, and it'd definitely be closer, but I think eliminating the ditch would also be probably worth it. Maybe they'll take the power lines underground at the same time.
It is any, sorry, just for the language, it is any building over 35 feet. Now you're allowed outbuildings separate from that in that 40-foot space.
Okay.
It's is a pretty technical portion, but awesome.
Okay, yeah, I looked for it earlier and I just,
It's
time
weird.
crunch, I
It's
couldn't find it.
stuff.
Okay, well, I'll review that further and see if we have any objection to
But
adherence to that.
Nicole, let me ask you a question. The 40 foot, that's the addition, that's from a side,
Correct.
right? So if his 200 by 100 foot building is facing the beach access road, he doesn't have he wouldn't have a 40 off of that.
You would
He'd
have
have
a
a-
20 off.
he'd have a
that,
20 off of
40
that.
The highway as you're.
You'd only have a 40 off the highway, so your building still fits in
I
there.
think you could probably,
Okay.
for what you're talking about, I think you could definitely make it work. Now, is that the permanent use of that lot, or is this?
I think that's what we're anticipating this to permanently be, like, it's prime location with the beach access road there to be able to like. Get our, if we're storing our chair and umbrella stuff over there, those trucks and trailers, they can head down to the beach access road, make a left if they're going to service the north property, right to head down to Cinnamon Shore South. And then for cart accessibility, like long-term with the development occurring on the bay side of the property, both Spoonbill and any future marina development we might be constructing, plus stuff to the south. It's kind of a central spot that with a traffic light, people can hopefully get to easily and then use that, signal light to cross. And hopefully in the future, use say a slip lane or something to head up and down the road, in a cart. So.
So how about between now and the next meeting, we look at kind of your specific plans? I didn't realize we had those. I would have done that. ahead
Yeah,
of
it's
the
very
meeting.
recent, like
Okay.
developed last week.
Okay.
So.
Will 1B have any kind of diverter going down the middle of the roadway, or is it just gonna be marked with lines?
What's that?
The access
It's a
1B,
median.
yeah, me,
It's, I think it's partial. I think it, like the first, well, no, it's three, it's the front third closest to the highway is 3 lanes because you have your to the beach lane.
Yeah.
Then as you're approaching the highway, you have your south left-hand turn and a right-hand turn. So that's the profile in the first third, the middle third, and then all the way to the beach, it goes back to 2.
I was just thinking if his entity is there and you're trying to utilize that road to get to the beach, if you had some sort of obstruction, it'd be kind of hard. You'd have
Yeah.
to pretty much go around the roadway to get to where you're trying to go.
Yeah, and our planned connection is presently only like off of the beach access road. That's where we drew it.
And I think that was a note that we had in here too, was that access could only be from that beach access road, not on the highway.
Yeah. I
think
it said
that's
no
wise.
additional highway access, yeah.
Yeah, because TxDOT wouldn't give us the beach highway access to the new beach road unless we put in a deceleration turn lane, right turn lane coming off the highway onto the new beach access road. So that's gonna be a decel lane.
Yeah, I don't think it's super necessary for us to put in here, because I don't think TxDOT would ever approve an access onto that road, but I think, just in case, it's probably a good idea. We also included some language, we just want language in there about red striping, they've been accommodated at all of the requests that we've had previously, but for change of staff or anything, we want to have that language in there that allows our fire marshal to request that we can spot like we said.
Okay. And okay, I saw that on one of those pages. I wasn't sure how to address it. Okay.
I think that I can't imagine argue gets putting the language in there, if you guys are okay with us just putting the language in there.
And no objection on adding language that states that the beach access road is excluded from flood oversights.
Yeah. And everything beyond that page is pretty standard and approved in all previous floods, the like road profiles.
And it says all determined by fire marshals, so.
So again, this is just the flood document,
right,
the plat
right.
come through, the civil plans come, fire marshal and city engineer review all of those to make sure that they're fine.
Okay. Checked all mine off. Anybody else have any questions outside of Nicole's written comments? Find anything else outside of that that they wanted to have a question on or discuss?
Parking and.
know it was lengthy, but thank you for the.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Daniel did today, because I
Yep.
think that made.
Thanks,
it so
Daniel.
much
Yep.
quicker.
I think that was it. In order.
Thank you all for your time this evening.
Okay. All right.
Or you're still smiling, so.
I know.
it's okay.
You feel, well, I feel.
Yeah, right. Okay, so it is the first reading, so we need a motion to approve with the proposed changes as
Do you think we
discussed.
need to go over those, or are you guys okay?
I think you're gonna have to just go back and rewatch
Yeah,
everything.
I've got it all.
Yeah.
I've got it all, so I'm not
Instead of
worried about.
trying to
making
hash it out
changes.
in a, you know, every
motion.
detail in the ordinance. It's
Yeah.
just direct staff
Yep.
to do the proposed changes and then we'll move to second reading.
Yep, and at the next meeting, we'll come and point out all of those changes that were made.
I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance approving Plan 2514 major amendment to the Cinnamon Shore Plan Unit Development, accepting the Planning and Zoning Commission's final report on ZCR Plan 2514, providing for the validity of the said ordinance, repealing all prior ordinances in conflict here within, and of course with staff's recommended changes for today's discussion. Didn't quite word that. I almost got it.
I was almost, you're good.
I think we got it. All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any other discussion? All right, hearing none, Fran, please call the roll.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers,
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tim Crawford,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes,
Motion carried.
all right. Before we move on to item G, I'd like to take a 3-minute break, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean.
Feel like it's a part-time now.
Tough with names. I mean, I can't remember, that's why it's held.
That little short blonde haired lady, her daughter, Kara and Kyle, but she was like, oh.
Can't see you there.
His name's Dale, my name's Mary. I was like,
It's just messing with.
Okay, let's move on to item G. Discuss and take an appropriate action to confirm the amended beachfront dune protection permit plan 2412 is consistent with the city's coastal management plan. The applicant proposes to construct a beach public access road. The applicant is the city of Port Aransas, property location 5100 block of Highway 361.
So this one should be pretty quick. We've already approved the dune permit that allows the building of the beach access road. When we were going through all the detailed plans of that and how that was going to happen, we did discover that there was a little bit of additional impacts and mitigation done in a berm kind of setting. So it's just best to go back and amend that dune permit. Probably not even a substantial enough change to really go through the whole process, but we are going to, since we've got the opportunity to do so, to be a good example to everybody else in the community. So it is just an additional about a little over 27 cubic yards that's added to the project. GLO has reviewed it and approved, and city staff recommends approval.
All right, y'all have any questions? Mr. Shemidas, questions over there? You're being quiet.
None. I was eating
Okay.
goldfish, sorry.
Oh, well, we're gonna try not to be jealous that you're eating.
Or make fun of you.
Yeah. Okay, is there a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve this amended beachfront dune protection permit plan 24-12.
A second.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none. Fran, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Rowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, item H, discuss and take action on the resolution reviewing and approving value engineering costs for the new recreational center, awarding the request for proposal for construction of new recreation center, authorizing a future budget amendment for fiscal year 24-25, and designating the city manager to act as authorized representative for all matters related to said bid award.
So we got a slideshow here. And it'll kind of pair up with, we didn't put all of the cost saving items in the slideshow, but more of the bigger ones. And Raymond can walk us through it, but you guys have a corrected, Darla found a couple edits on here that we needed to fix. So you guys have a corrected version of the value engineering, and Raymond, you want to kind of go ahead and start and share what we found.
Quickly summarizing, after the last council meeting, we went and worked with Fulton closely on developing lists of ideas, and some didn't make the cut, many of them did. Then we met with city manager and staff and went through every item and yes, no. And the staff recommended items are $1,068,555 on the base bid, and on the alternate $108,158. I think this is really small. No, I wrote it down.
Mine's bigger.
Okay.
You want to use that?
Thank you. But so what we did was we put together
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so what we did was I assume you've had time to go through some of these, but I wanted some of them to visually show you. We tried to keep the integrity of the building and to keep the square footage, because we had massaged the square during the design process. We massaged the square footage down to what we thought the community and the city needs were for that facility. So with that said, One of the, on the left, we have in some areas, which you'll see in other renderings, in other images, the far left is what was specified in some areas, which is a smooth stone finish. There was a cost savings to go to a brick finish. And then there was a further cost savings to go to plaster. Aesthetically, if we weren't gonna go with the stone, I thought the plaster was an appropriate look for the building. I thought that the brick, you get too many materials going, it gets a little too busy, And so I thought, why not just take the most savings with the plaster? If you see the canopy there to the left of it, that was stone, and now it would be plaster if we accept this value engineering item. And one thing you might notice on this image, the under the canopy, you see there's a bench that wraps all the way around the column. And that's another value engineering item that you'll see momentarily. And this would not wrap it around the column, it would just have it between the columns.
And this one generated this was the 70,000. This was the 25 and 25A and B. Is that right, Raymond? Is that what we're looking at?
Yes. And then the bench that the gentleman or lady, I can't tell from here, is sitting on, and that would match the bench at the entry that we just talked about. And you see the stone went to plaster there.
Yeah, and the benches wasn't a big one. That was instead of going with use precast concrete instead of the built-in. That was about 13,000. So that wasn't a huge one, but
this is as specified. If you'll notice, this elevation faces west. It's west sun. So we made the overhangs, the white overhangs, they were significant. They were about 10 or 12 feet. They were cantilevered, and obviously it takes quite a bit of steel to do. And we like the aesthetics of it, but if we cut the overhangs back, aesthetically, we were satisfied with it. And we have motorized sunshades in the project anyway. And it was I don't have all of these in front of me, but it was a pretty good savings. And it wasn't the overhang as much as the steel that's hidden in that overhang because it's cantilevered. We wanted to keep it column free to give you the views. This is the canopy about where the school bus is parked. Those clear story windows, that's the multi-purpose rooms. And the fenced in area under canopy, that was intended to be a waiting area for the kiddos. There's a I don't know if the daycare is the right word, but there's a daycare area right by the entry.
yeah, the Marlin Academy.
Yeah, and they could wait here for their rides, and it was also going to double as an outdoor space when the rec center was not in use. And it can still do that, but
there's the crop version.
This is the crop version of the canopy. It's the same space. It's just the canopy is reduced.
The brown, you see, it's the brown canopy up top. Yeah, there's the before, and then there's that reduced canopy. We chose not to pick it. I mean, our recommendation was especially the canopy on the back facing the pool, Raymond.
Yeah. I thought we took it, we just cut it back.
No, we didn't take it. Or did we?
Yeah, that was part of it. It's item number 3.
Yeah.
It was to reduce it.
Oh,
The size of the.
oh, that's right. Okay. Oh, we left it in there?
Yeah, and I think if you'll remember, Dave,
Yeah.
in our meeting, I think the rationale was it would still keep some folks out of the rain
Yeah.
on a rainy day.
In the shade, I will tell you
Yeah.
that
In the
this
shade, yes.
has been trying to find ways to shade their drop off and pick up for years. And so I think that they would probably tell you in this kind of situation to have shade at all for those children waiting is important.
So,
Yeah.
so we would still have about 50% of what was designed. This is, on the left, this was really hard to understand. If you'll note, a parapet is what sticks up above the side of a built-up roof. And the parapets we had were were fairly high, 2 or 3 feet, and the idea was,
So the parapet, the parapet wall on the gyms and then the parapet walls on these edges,
yeah,
right, Raymond?
that's correct. And the reason we did them high is because you want the roof to go up there, so there's minimizes or / eliminates leaks, if there's such a thing as eliminating leak, but that's the concept. And we worked with the Fulton, and they worked with the roofer, and we were able to reduce those, I believe, to 12 inches, 14 inches.
Yeah, a little less.
Yeah, okay. So that's what this image shows. This is the hallway. Now, this is one we did not take. This-
Oh, that's right. This is the one.
This is, I think, the one you're thinking of, Dave. This is the hallway with what we call clear story windows on the right-hand side.
It's the elevated, so instead of just having a, an 8 or a
Instead of
9
having
foot
that,
roof in there.
That
it's-
was a cost savings that was presented to us. It was that, and we eliminated not to take it because we
Yeah,
wanted
it
that.
was just such a aesthetically.
Yeah.
Really nice part of the building and felt it just it wasn't worth, what was the dollar amount on it?
Oh, no, your quiz got me here.
113. 113. So that was one we
Did not take.
didn't take.
Kind of makes it a dark hole.
Yeah.
Might save on electricity at some point.
Yeah, no.
Another one was and we didn't take this one either, I don't believe, right? We have glass railings on the stairwell going up, on the left, on the stairwell going up to the walking track. And the idea was to go to pickets, or wrought iron, and we just thought it kind of ruined the aesthetics of the stair, so we did not take that. I don't know if that's my last image or this is. That's all. We just tried to present to you the one, there's a lot of,
Those are the bigger ones.
yeah, there's a lot of mechanical and electrical and things that we consulted with our mechanical electrical engineers that I don't think any of us really, including myself, really want to expand on. But so we tried to show you the ones that affected the aesthetics or the function. I really think that the function, other than that shortening of that canopy, the function really was not changed.
Raymond, what was the omit bat insulation at exterior walls?
What number is that?
Number 10.
Number 10.
I remember that one.
Yeah, it was a redundancy in installation. We have R19 insulation in that exterior wall. The bad insulation.
It was too, we had insulation on that envelope wall, and this added more bad insulation, so it was redundant. And I mean, obviously it's good to have, but it's not necessary because we already had insulation on the exterior envelope of the building.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So, obviously I didn't introduce, this is
Oh.
Fulton Construction, this is.
You're more than welcome to come up if you'd like.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is Roger and Mike Lippincott. He's the vice president of Fulton. And so, they're here to, we, that's including the city manager, are here to answer any questions you might have.
Where is the indoor track at? I mean, is that second floor indoor track?
Yes. That was an alternate that we got indication from you last time that you wanted to keep in the project, and it was reduced by alternate number.
Yeah.
And we value engineered $108,158. And that was some structural
Oh, alternate.
elements that were that we were able to work. Where was that the erector?
It was clarification on some of the
Yeah.
items that were.
We clarified some things that the contractor took off differently than what our plans and specifications required. So we were able to save
How
$108,000.
wide is that track planning to, like language drawings?
Is it 8?
I think 8 feet.
I think it's 8.
8 feet all the way
Yeah.
down?
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And
Okay.
if it's incorrect, I'm gonna tell the city manager.
You
But I think that's correct.
And then the
Item 24, reduced testing allowance. What is that?
Yeah, we had a pretty significant, okay. During construction, we have to have testing of materials, concrete, soil compaction, tension on the bolts of the steel and all that. And we had a pretty hefty testing allowance in there. And so we worked with the testing lab and asked them if we could reduce the testing allowance. We feel that reducing it, we still accomplish all the testing that's required by the specifications. If that makes sense.
Does. Thank you.
The alternate number 2 parking bid, is that concrete versus asphalt?
Additional parking.
It's additional parking. So the bid itself is all for concrete parking. Okay.
Yeah. Dude,
Oh,
you can't hear very well.
apologize.
Sorry.
Yes, it's all concrete.
And the alternate is for additional parking. There was one row of additional parking in the parking lot.
Okay.
Right?
That is correct.
One row of parking.
Well, it's
A lot of spots.
a lot of spots.
It's a wide.
It's a very long parking lot. Wide parking lot.
Going to plaster and getting rid of the limestone, how much maintenance is gonna be required plastering the whole thing versus if we put limestone for the life of the building?
Well, there's a lot of plaster in this area. Plaster, I have it on my house. You have to power wash it every couple of years.
Okay.
Just because of the texture of the material, it just tends to
Get you everything.
to get dirt and stuff. But
The rest of our city buildings we've done recently in the stucco materials. So, they would be aesthetically similar to our other buildings.
the police station
Right.
is predominantly plaster.
Yeah. Not that they're side by side, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
nice if they're similar.
Similar
Yeah.
and that's a very common material in coastal
Mhm.
communities. We put the stone in there because we think it's a nicer, aesthetically pleasing, but we think the plaster will be okay.
What level of finish are you thinking about on the plaster?
Probably a heavy sand finish.
Okay.
If that's what you mean, the texture.
Correct. I didn't know if it was a light sand, a heavy sand.
Yeah, we're gonna have some samples on site for us to look at, and anybody who wants to it's you know, the heavier the texture, it gives it a little bit more aesthetically, but going back to what was just asked about the power washing and, you know, the lighter the grit, the less dirt it's gonna grab. I think we have a light sand on the police station.
Are you pretty confident, Mike, in the number of days to completion?
I think so.
Okay.
We feel good about it.
Okay. I mean, I know you're obviously very experienced and accomplished and can build a whole 5 and 6A high school in a year. But one of the things for me personally was to try to get this building done as soon as possible for the programming that needs to go in that building. And obviously to make it a resource, you know, for everyone that's going to come and enjoy the building, you know, in both our community, but our, you know, our tourist and recreational too. So that was a big thing for me on making a decision, was timing. And with a contractor we knew, you know, was very confident in making it happen. So, yeah. And we appreciate even the considerations of trying to find ways to make this within our budget. I think one of the important things, and I know it's hard, and it's been hard for all of the council and staff to go through this motion. You know, when we started this process to try to build a facility like this, you know, was many, many years ago. And so we've been through this gyration multiple times and trying to make it happen through hurricanes and COVID and all these other things. And so I think when we got to this round and started planning again to build this facility, you know, we had an estimate in mind, what we thought it would be. And we took that kind of estimate without going for true contractor bids and, you know, went and said, okay, well, how can we fund this? How can we pass bonds? How can we find the money to make it work, right? And so that's where we came up with our $14 million. Clearly, we were short,
Well,
right?
we knew that though.
We knew that,
Yeah.
you're right. But that was what we could possibly bond for, what we felt like we could get, you know, our hands on at the time. And so I think this project's, everyone's very excited about it, but it's hard when our bids came back at, you know, what they are. But knowing what contractors, you know, have to go through and the elements and what it costs to build in our community, it's going to cost more than what we'd originally budgeted. So we're trying to find the dollars to make it work and stretch as far as possible. And I think with the most confident team that we can find. So that's what makes our decision hard when we're spending these dollars. So we appreciate that.
And unfortunately, costs over the last 4 years have just gone crazy. It's really wild.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, we don't have any control over that.
Yeah. No, I understand.
You beat up the subs good?
Oh,
$1 million?
yeah.
Yes, sir. Well, some of that's just eliminating stuff.
Yeah.
True.
That's just,
Most of it's eliminating.
it's eliminating, not coming back and saying the AC.
Well, it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
Yes, so a lot of those dollars is talking with subs and getting clarification on items. That was what we reached out to them and asked them. If there's any RFI, anything that was unclear, we need to identify those items now so we can give it back. There were some items in there that we talked directly with the subs and it was just, oh, we had a question, we didn't know, and that money was given back.
I believe there was one item.
There's like 2 or 3.
Yeah, well, one item that stuck in my mind is they gave back $100,000 for steel erection and with no changes.
Yeah, I mean, it was things like that. That was what we were after.
That's good. Do y'all have any questions? Any other
That's On
questions?
the upstairs track. I mean, it's 8 feet. How long's the track? How many laps to get a mile or a quarter mile or whatever?
I don't know, it goes all the way around the gymnasium. And a gymnasium is, I believe, 92 feet.
Okay.
So it goes, and it's about, I think a gym's 72 feet wide. So it goes around the perimeter of that.
Is that the only thing that's on that floor?
Yes.
That's correct, yes.
maybe a little storeroom.
Looks like it's open and it's
Don't think so.
I think it's just a traffic police department.
Yeah.
Darla has done a funding analysis too that she can share with you guys
Yeah, that's what
when you're ready.
That's right, that's what she's.
I was thinking of. Yeah, because I mean, I think you got what we need. We just, how do we pay for it?
Right.
Well, that's the magic question, right? So,
$6,000 a year for family membership.
Now Dale, stop spreading rumors.
yeah, please, yes. Okay, do you have any other questions for
Get the key. Work out. any-
Fulton or Mr. Jack?
I just thank y'all for going back and doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Y'all
Looking at it.
for
Yeah.
the opportunity.
Thanks,
Thank you.
guys.
Okay.
Let's hear from you.
Do we want to ask Darla some questions? I mean, we're gonna have to
Yeah.
find dollars no matter.
Yeah, I think Darla, you at least hear
So
what.
whether and we're probably not gonna get every penny decided tonight, so.
No.
So. Let me get a drink of water.
Okay.
A lot of dollars.
Hey, better water than a shot of vodka.
Really not, so, no, I wish. So the original bond issue was 14.1 million that we did in the 10 back in, we received those funds back in February of 2024. So to date, we have earned, man, I'm from Texas, $922,000 in interest. And then we got a donation from the Clarks for 840,000. So that got our revenues up to about 15.8 million that's available to spend. To date, with the purchase of the land, architectural cost, we've spent about a little over 3 million. So we have 12.7 million funds available from those two sources, the bond and the donation money, the interest.
12.1.
12.7.
Okay.
So we've got about 4 million we said we could take from the bond that we just issued for the Charlie's Pasture Pier Park. But that bond language was for parks in general. So we could take 4 million from there. We have 477,000 remaining from the McDonald Ball Field bond issue that we did several years ago. Tax anticipation note we did for that ball field. And then we have 901,000 today in park dedication fees. So that gets us available 18,165,132. We have about $750,000 remaining that's going to need to be paid to Janak, the architect. So that you take away that 750, that gives us 17.4 million available for construction. If we took this valued engineer amount from Fulton of 23,993,287, we need $6.5 million. I think it's going to take
Over a 2-year, over
a
the,
2-year
over
budget
the-
cycle.
yeah, over the 25-26 budget and 26-27 budget.
So about 3.2 million a year from hotel motel funds that would go to cover that.
And what's the fund
6.5
balance in
million.
Hotel motel. funds?
The fund
Pretty-
balance.
Pretty big,
It is pretty big.
third,
But we just saw that.
18 or something.
I mean, on the audit, it puts 110 and, which is hotel motel special and the facility fund together. And of course, we have some dollars accounted for this building to the renovations, but we definitely have it and would have, a few million still left. Our hotel motel balance between the two is at about 11.8 million today. I'm sorry, as of 9/30 of 24. I have to print what it is today. But a $3.2 million stretch is not, I don't think that you would still have money left in hotel motel special. I'll report later today, we had a really good May. It was up, and in speaking with our some of our hoteliers and property managers when we had our hotel motel, what do they call it, advisory committee for the tax. They were really optimistic about the summer. They said bookings are up for several of those that were there. So that's kind of where we would propose those funds to come to. Go ahead and use the McDonald Bobfield remaining funds. I mean, it's 4 parks. Go ahead and use the park dedication fees. It's been the park dedication fees can be used for anything in the park master plan, and this has been the number one thing on the park master plan in the last few years.
So aside from, out of all those funds, which ones are bond debt? Just the 4 million from the Charlie's Pasture Bulkhead Park, and then the portion of the McDonald bond.
And then the $14.1 million
Yeah.
can that we issued in
Yeah.
2024.
Right.
And those are all 3 bonds that are specific for parks, park and recreation.
And we still have $500,000 in interest coming over the next year or so if we spend some of that 14 on investments. The interest
Yes,
on
we
it.
will still be earning interest right
Okay.
now, as we have expenses. I've been transferring it out of the tax anticipation note, so it doesn't get the interest anymore. But last month, for the month of May, we earned $47,950 in interest. It's going to be a while before we start some big draws. They've got to mobilize, and we probably have about 3 more months of sitting at 40,000 in interest.
Any of the bids that we received were required the same path. So, I mean, really what it boils down to is the delta. And so that's what it is. I mean, we're gonna have to do
Right, you're gonna have a delta
exactly
period.
what you said, no matter what. Move funds around, pull from some reserves. I mean, just period, no matter what. So
Budget in the next 2
budget in the next 2
years,
years, yeah.
the hotel motel special funds to get your gap taken care of.
So where we're at on the resolution is to approve said bid award with the adjustments after the value engineering that came back from Fulton. That's the actual item. Funding comes over the next couple of budget cycles, right? So as far as any discussions regarding taking the track out or not, I mean, I guess we could make that, I mean, we almost want to make that decision now, or maybe that's a later decision if, so be it, if we felt like there was going to be a funding issue, but we'd have to know sooner than later because they're not going to start building and then start building in for a track and then take the track out. So I think we would probably have to know that, fairly quickly. And that I think would have to be a decision that, we need to make. So maybe not tonight, but we certainly they need to know that sooner than later.
Dave, would you walk on the indoor track? I'm just asking. If it's air conditioned.
Is there a refrigerator up there?
Is there?
I just want it to get used and not a place for kids to run around.
When I walk, it's typically been on the beach.
Okay.
We got
I'm a beach walker.
walking trails and we got a Roberts Point.
And I would think like Marlin Academy, they
Yeah.
would probably use
Yeah.
that with the kids, have activities and
Yeah.
stuff.
It's certainly an indoor amenity. I've already had people asking me if the indoor courts would be allowable for pickleball. And I believe that, I mean, just people who don't live here, out of town, are already envisioning, coming and using the facility for that. So I think, and we have amazing pickleball courts already that people love, and they talk about them all the time and they use them all the time. So I think that you have to look at the indoor track, like the indoor gym and the indoor courts. Yes, we have some amazing walkable space throughout our whole community, but it's an indoor amenity instead of an outdoor
A lot of
amenity.
moms with little kids would take their child to the daycare we're gonna have there and they can walk or work out.
Well, if you didn't have a track, what would you do then? What modifications would have to be made to the facility? Removing the track, besides just saying that we ain't gonna have one. Would it require any additional interior changes or?
No, it's just a reduction.
Sorry.
We designed it in such a way that it's designed to be in the base, and in the alternate, so it can be taken out. But it's up to you, and I know it's mine, huh? It's just the volume, I think the volume stays the same.
Everything stays the same, it's just elimination of the track.
And then-
The track is 1 million, not the height of the building.
Well, it's actually more than that. It's the stair,
Okay.
the glass, remember the glass rail stair I showed you?
You gotta have a.
They have to have a stair, and we have to have an elevator for ADA. So,
That's right there. Over 50 years, it's 20 grand a year. Oh, sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh.
She's gonna have an office in there. We need to hear from her.
So I know the walking track is an alternate and optional, but some information we learned through the planning process, we had Stephen Springs with Brinkley Sergeant Wingington. He's the rec center pro that was on the team, and he shared in many rec centers, it's the #1 amenity that brings visitors. And so they're tracking what people are using as they come in. And so I think with that in mind, and also our audiences that we're catering to. So we've got families in the summer when temperatures are hot, there's mosquitoes, there's a need for indoor activities. It's a potential use there. In the winter time, we have a large winter Texan influx and maybe windy, rainy days. Again, it's an amenity that could be used. I'm also looking at if you're from out of town and staying in a facility that might have a fitness center, what's the rec center going to do to entice you to come in and pay a day drop-in rate as opposed to using the fitness center at wherever you're staying. So I'm thinking about our primary community use, what's going to draw them in, but we also need secondary audience members as well to help sustain this with our operating costs and things like that. So I have a presentation on operating costs and staffing and that for your budget workshop, but I would like to advocate for the track, even though it is a easy thing to nix. I think it will, it will be
I agree with
beneficial
you
to
on
have in
that.
the facility.
Right.
Anything else, Colin?
Well, I thought, so that value engineering list is at your discretion. So staff's making recommendations of what we thought, would work well. But if you wanted to extend the canopy over the patio, or if there was something that you didn't agree with staff, I think it's a menu that you can choose from, like the options for the stucco or the brick. That we wanted you to see that so that you could weigh in on it. It was a long list and we tried to make it as efficient as possible, but you do have a say in, what is value engineered.
Kind of with that shade stuff, I would think it'd be real important. I mean, having it all completely shaded, but.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that one and see what that delta would be to go back extended all the way out with the steel and everything else. But I certainly think that at a minimum, it needs to be as proposed with the half shape because.
Yeah.
And then maybe there's some additional, something cute we could always add to it, just to extend out or go blue maybe at some point in time, but.
We get some of the leftover tents from the beach.
Yeah.
Those candidates
Those can-
start saying, it's just spiders, what do you do with those?
So
Leo.
I think we're still 1.8 million. After we value engineered of who the staff's number one choice was. And I'm having a hard time with that.
Yeah.
You know, the staff
It's a lot of
recommendations, okay, Fulton was number 2.
Yeah.
You know, the number 1 staff recommendation is still without value engineering their bid, they're at 1.8 million less. So Jesse, I don't know. I can't do that.
Hard to think about. Million that we have.
As we've been carrying the standard when we've been doing the public utilities, you know, the facilities that we build here on the island, we're doing it to a standard, need to hold a standard.
Right.
And I know when Fulton and looking at their background and everything else, their timelines, their schedules, the times of completion, work days of the week, you know, and the time frame to get it done. I mean, that's all favorable. And I thank them very much for going back and doing the value engineering. They knocked off $1 million, which is 4%, which is good. I mean, it was at 2580. And so to, you know, Councilman Owens' comment, sure. I mean, it got us down to just under 24 million. And we're, you know, and then talking about staff choices, and the other option, if there was, you know, they were second. So anyway, long story short, the funds, it's the money a little bit, the $1 million. Me, I would just, you know, want to do it and do it right. That's the main thing. I want to do it right. And sometimes you have to pay for it. And that's the main thing. And it's always the follow-up. Any construction project I've personally done in my business, it starts out great. It's how you finish. And it's the oversight. That's where it all falls apart. So that's going to be the most important part. Because I know the city's been doing a lot of repairs and stuff like that. And I know no matter what you do in construction, I got a lot of respect for Chad and everybody does this. You know, it's just, you know, it's like anything. It's just the follow-up and whether you give a darn what you're doing. So the main thing is whoever we get to do it, they need to know we want it done right. And sometimes that costs a little bit more. And of course, the time of construction that we're in right now, everything costs more. It really does. That's just my 2 cents. So I hope not.
That's what I wanted to do.
I think their time of construction is basically the same.
One's proposing working 6 days a week and one's proposing 5. So they got the same days based on one working an extra day.
Which one is Summit's 6 days a week?
Which I don't know how realistic that is to have them there working 6 days a week on Saturdays. But Chad, do you have any comments? Mr. Official Construction Representative?
It pretty much mirror what Chuck just said. I mean, it's if we're going to do this, we need to do it right, because we don't want to end up in a situation where we're having time taking 6 or 8 months longer than we originally expected. And of there was probably 2 really capable groups that came through this whole process. And there seems to be more familiarity with Fulton because of them being local and the projects that they have done. But I know we can always say, oh, well, all the plans are the same, so everything's going to be the same. But that's just not the case. Even in my business, we all look at the same set of plans, but my approach, means, methods, follow up, and how we do it is different than anybody else looking at the same set of plans. I mean, everybody's going to do it a little bit different. And if it's the belief that they're the right ones for the job, we're pretty much we're too far down the road to start going back and saying, okay, now we're going to go reshop this deal, because that's somewhat unethical to start doing that after we've already made the decision that this is our contractor and let's get us to where we're going. But if as a collective group, if we feel like Fulton's the best qualified, even though they are more expensive, in the end that could pay off if they actually do finish on time and the product is right, and we're not coming back in afterwards and having to make corrections because things weren't done correctly.
Well said.
Big decision.
One that we need to make tonight. Any other thoughts, David? Darla?
No, I'm ready to build it.
You ready to start another project?
Yeah.
And
He's ready to walk the
me
track.
still being a rookie to this process, I mean, as far as between Darla and Dave and the folks who've been looking at the finances for as long as they have, collectively, do you guys feel we can make this work? And that's, I mean, I know we've got to find $6.5 million over two budget years. Is that an achievable number?
You know, I think Chad and the rest of the council, I mean, we're getting over a hump. This in the next, you know, if you take away the rec center, if you look at probably City Hall and Public Works, they're the two furthest projects we have out. And we're probably 14 months here to go at City Hall, and maybe Public Works is a little bit less, but we're going to see all our big projects wrapping up, and we're going to have some breathing room. And I think, and I look at next year and the year after, maybe they're a little tight, but then when I look at 27 and 28, I think we're going to be in a really good position as far as having a lot of, you know, all our big hot tax facilities, you know, the Pavilion, Roberts Point Park, Nature Reserve, Civic Center, the ball fields, the fishing piers, everything is brand new. And in the marina, and I don't see us having a lot of big hits that we typically have to have hot tax come in and save the day on. And I think that is really what makes me comfortable, is that looking at that 2-year window, 3-year window down the road. I think we're going to be in a really good position with all these city facilities brand new. Not all of them are hot tax eligible, but the ones that are going to be in really good shape. And I think at that point we can really concentrate on you know, employees, customer service, you know, getting you know, I'm probably not the best guy to say getting our IT up to level, but it would be, you know, we could, you know, like Brightspeed and concentrating on some other things that we've really wanted to do that are kind of, you know, hamstrung because we're in such a big construction mode. But yeah, I think in a couple of years we're going to be sitting in the driver's seat, and things are going to get a lot easier.
Is this something that we'll also have further discussion on July 1st when we're in the workshop, or is that, I haven't been.
Well, in the workshop, I mean, as far as like, you mean the rec center?
No, just
overall,
the whole budget and where.
Yes.
Where this.
Yeah, you'll get a really good overall look at where everything is, and projections and what we're looking at down the road. Colleen's done a really good job of doing a really good spreadsheet on the maintenance and operation of the rec center, which of course it's, you know, it's probably 2 years out, but it gives you guys a forecast of what we think the employee staffing is going to be, and you know, where we have to start planning. You know, we got a lot of new facilities, so we're going to have, you know, a higher need for Sylvia's crews. We want to start developing a small maintenance division that's going to be servicing these buildings, all these brand new buildings. So, but you'll get a good look at that during the budget workshop sequence.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
What do you think, Joe?
I just think it's too much. And he made a lot of good points, and so did Chad. Yeah. Everybody's making great points. I just think it's still way too much.
To do the project at all? Because we've,
Now, yeah, I mean,
but we've already committed to doing the project, so we have to pick somebody. We can't back away from the project.
I'm just one vote.
No, I know. I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying that we're not voting on whether or not we're doing the project. we're voting on selecting a contractor, so.
Just saying, I think it's still too much. As well as what Kelly said. Okay, it's still a couple million off.
After giving up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Motion on the floor, or what we're having to deal with today is what Fulton's provided us so far on the 13.9. So if we don't move forward with this, David, what would be the next thing? So let's just say if nobody comes to a consecutive decision to go with what we're tasked with today, what would be the next?
You're back at square one. I mean, you don't have to redo the RFP, but you're basically back to where you were in May, where you haven't made a decision.
So are we voting to approve the value engineering costs? Or because I thought at the last meeting, we accepted the contractor. And so the way I was reading.
Well, you
approving
accepted
the value in engineering.
Yeah, you accepted the contractor contingent on value engineering numbers and approval of said numbers. So if you don't approve the value engineering, it negates your selection.
Understood.
And then you're still back with making a decision. So you don't go back out to RFP.
No,
So
Yeah.
what would be the suggestion?
You go back to engineering.
Go back to every
Yeah.
single contractor and value engineer everybody?
Who wants to- Knowing.
That is not the way this works. That is not the way you handle a professional relationship in a commercial construction situation. You don't tell one contractor you're going to go with them and ask them to value engineer it and then go back and say, let's go back to everybody and value engineer. You'll have nobody bid your jobs in the future if you do that. Am I right?
Not typically, and you have to work with one contractor as you're doing tonight, and if you say, okay, yes, we like the value engineering in this contractor, or you just have to kind of start over, as Mr. Parsons said.
Yeah. So we accept this or not. And if we don't, then we're going back to square one. Okay?
But you also, I mean, like the mayor said, if you do this and then you do it again, you're ruining the city's reputation with contractors. If you're just going out and getting someone's valued engineer, then dangling that to the next guy and say, hey, come beat this. That's just bad form.
Yeah, and if you, and you know, and then if you start over, I know we've talked about various elements here, but if you start over, construction prices are going up every day. So you might lose everything you value engineered, you might lose. The money you saved in value engineering, you might lose just because construction prices went up in the last 60 days. And as Mr. Parsons says, you may not get any bidders. I'm just, I don't have any different crystal ball than y'all do. It's just experience. We're rebidding projects. It's not, oh.
I don't think we'd be rebidding. I think you'd have to choose from the bids that we have. It's just back where we were in May.
And then asking them to value engineer again.
They wouldn't have to, they're already too much less.
Not all of them. If you went back to the beginning,
Yeah.
then you'd have to go back.
Well,
I
if you
mean,
want a staff recommendation, they're not.
that would be council's decision. It's a lot of money. If y'all don't want to spend the money right now, then we can shelve the whole thing. I mean, honestly, I get it. I get it's hard and it's a big decision. So, I mean,
Work with the grant that we did, we got those funds set up, we approved those. How would that work? We just said, no, we don't want to do it.
The bond, the one.
well, I mean, the 14 million, that's good. Yeah, that's sitting there for this project. So that would be a little bit of a problem. So.
I'm gonna throw this out here. I'm gonna make a motion to approve the resolution regarding value engineering costs for the new recreation center, awarding the RFP for construction of the new rec center, authorizing a future budget amendment for fiscal year 24-25. Do I need to say it's for Fulton Construction? It's not on there, but I'll add that.
I think based on their value engineering.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I'll second the motion if nobody on that end's going to.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Fran, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
No.
Councilmember Owens,
No.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Mayor Tim Crawford,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Thank you guys very much
Thank
for
you,
being
guys.
here.
Oh.
Okay, we're going to move on to item I, resolution authorizing the purchase of 2 UV filters for the splash pad and pool from R&K Commercial Aquatic Services through the Texas Buy-Board Cooperative Purchasing Program for a total cost of $63,999, authorizing funding for the fiscal year in 2024-2025, capital outlay RDC accounts 225-58316 and 225-58340, and authorizing the city manager to execute all documents necessary to complete the purchase.
Thank you all for approving the last measure. So this is a state requirement. It's to protect our pool and splash pad from Cryptosporidium. It's a nasty little microbe that we do not want to inhale at our public aquatics facilities. So this is a buy-board vendor, and we did look at multiple other sources as well. So we are doing like a direct purchase through the co-op, but we also looked at estimates from multiple vendors, and it was the least expensive. They are the distributor of this product in our area, so they were the lowest cost as well. If you have any questions, I will try and answer them.
Sounds pretty cut.
Did we have these before and we have to replace them?
No, we'd never had them. It's a secondary filtration
Okay.
that will be effective against this Cryptosporidium. And we did budget for them this year, but we budgeted about 40 and they're coming in at 63. For pool and splash pad. There's 2 separate. It's under RDC.
Anyway,
Okay.
you're not doing state camping, so you're.
Yes, so
Okay.
some of like the toddler slide and some of the other things that we had in the RDC budget are getting pushed out of the way because this is a state requirement and a
Oh, okay.
safety concern.
Okay, that was my question is, so it's a new requirement or we're switching what we were
No,
proposed to
it's a
do?
new requirement that we add to our existing filtration system.
Okay.
It's a high-powered light bulb,
So we really.
a very expensive one.
It is. It's a very expensive, unfunded
Yes.
mandate. So, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Does anybody have any other questions for Colleen? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Fran, please call the roll.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Owen,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers.
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, item
Thank
J, presentation from Broadus Associates, Del Sol Consulting on Hurricane Harvey recovery.
Are y'all
Welcome,
awake?
gentlemen. Thank you for staying so long.
Evening, everybody. I'll try to be brief. I'll go in order of your read ahead packet. Starting with public safety, a lot of the effort the last few weeks has been on the towers, if you've seen. Very important part of the outside, very obvious. Several weeks been working on that. Those towers should be totally done by the end of the month. The standing seam roofs are on. They're attached a certain way for insurance purposes in case there's a wind event. I won't say the H word.
Mm.
And right now they're painted and stucco and all that, a lot of stucco work. And right now they're working on the louvers and the gutters, should be done in no later end of the month. Big thing inside, a couple big things inside, the personnel lockers are being installed now. They originally arrived without instructions. So I kind of made some jokes to the super and he didn't really appreciate that. But they got the instructions in a couple of days ago and they're being installed and they look pretty good. You've seen them, right, Chief? Yeah, they look nice lockers. The decorative baseboards inside doesn't have a piece of wood. It's got on the baseboards, it's like a block, a glazed block, and they're glazed and they've been during construction, a lot of them been scratched and cracked and things like that. And those are being repaired and replaced as we speak, should be done in the next few days. Once that's done, they're going to start doing the self-leveling epoxy floors. I mentioned a couple of briefs ago, the change from stained concrete to epoxy floors, which is going to look better and last longer. It's going to look a lot better. And they'll start on that as soon as the bricks blocks are done. That should all be done before next council meeting. So I'll have a nice update for you, hopefully. I guess that's about it.
Gas buildings demoed.
Yeah, the gas, going on to the gas building, if you've noticed the old gas building.
Yeah, saw that.
To me, it looks funny because
It
it's just
does.
empty and got
Yeah.
the two trees
Looks
there.
better.
Yeah, and that's gonna be additional parking. Along with the parking that where the current police station is, all in front, but those two trees are gonna stay. So it's gonna be all parking in front. So plenty of parking. Demo, I wasn't here, but it evidently went well. That wasn't a very big building. I'm sure it took a couple hours. Also with the gas building tomorrow, speaking of parking, they're gonna start pouring the parking on the 6th Street side of the gas building. Tomorrow about 9 o'clock. It's not very big. Only be a few trucks, I'm sure. So that will be poured tomorrow. Also another thing for the gas building, they're waiting on the windows to come in. Should be a week or two max. And once the windows are in, they can start drying it in and finish the inside, floating and taping the drywall and all that. So, it's just a metal building. It's not that big because it's going up pretty quickly. Moving on to the fire station. The second floor is concrete and it's a pretty big building. It was scheduled to be poured yesterday. But they noticed, they looked at some elevation. They were kind of concerned about some elevation things and they got it surveyed yesterday. They got the results today. Make sure everything's good before they pour it. And those results, I believe, are being given to Janak. So, did Janak have it already?
I spoke with the engineer about it.
Oh, okay, the engineer, Janak has a special engineer that has to look at the survey and make sure it's all good. I was talking to the super today and if there's no changes, well, it's up to the engineer to decide. Everything should be good. If not, they'll have to make some changes, but if there is no changes, the rescheduled the pour for Wednesday, 25 June. It's like 110 cubic feet, so it'll be about 11 trucks, I think, something like that. It's 5.5 inches thick, so it's not all that many trucks, not like the slab. And currently the HVAC ductwork is going on, the electrical conduits are currently being installed. Also this Monday, Monday, this coming Monday, they're gonna, even if they don't pour, they're gonna start with the block going even higher, second floor, going up to the top. So that block work is gonna start on Monday at the fire station. Also at the fire station, the contract expires technically on 7 July. No additional time has been officially requested. Janak is working with the Victory Building team to determine if anything is due, like, weather days. I'm sure there's several weather days, whatever, it's gotta be done. But Janak and Victory's working on that. Because it's not gonna be done by 7th July. Gas system. As you know, we did the work directive a few months ago. It continues, just, there's no problems. There's no big issues. The daily monitoring reports are still going on. I'm doing those, so they're perfect. I'm just kidding. But we do those daily as a requirement, to prove to FEMA that the contracts work directives being followed. Moving to the public works garage. If you've been out there, it's dirt work, so it can be affected by rain and all that, but the building pad is complete. The concrete pour is scheduled for Wednesday, 2 July. So that's going to be, a lot of trucks. The plumbing passed inspection recently, so the underground plumbing is good. The underground electrical is now ongoing. And the inspection for the underground electrical is this coming Tuesday. And the block work is scheduled to start in early July. So you'll start seeing the walls go up hopefully in early July. Public Works, early May 2026 is the completion construction schedule provided. That's the date provided today. So early May 2026 for Public Works Garage. And we'll be monitoring that. Pending any questions, that completes my brief. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, item K, resolution approving amendment number 2 to the FEMA Professional Services Agreement with Urban DCCM Engineering, authorizing a 1-year extension to the Master Engineering Services Agreement for FEMA projects through May 1st, 2026.
Hello, gang, my turn. So I'm gonna stand up here today, talk about this one a little bit. Typically, we come up with the amendment. We've passed through FEMA for a preliminary eligibility determination, and we'd be able to give you a little bit of security on the funding. We sent this to FEMA a few months ago. We had a working meeting with them, answered all of their requests for information towards that working meeting. And basically, until it's approved and it's a actual change to the grant, they're not going to give us an answer this time. And so I do have to stand up here and say that there are justifiable delays in the project due to COVID materials. We tracked this, we documented it, we talked to FEMA about it. There's construction management legitimately due to this service. We will do our best, and as we have on everything, to fight till the end to get this approved, but I do not have the full approval from FEMA standing up here. So it is our recommendation. Urban has been a good faith partner on this gas system. You have my assurance and our team's assurance that there's some reconciliation and some construction management work that needs to take place in this amendment. And we will work with Neil and Doug and Anthony and all of the sorts to make that happen. But I do request that you approve this for us to continue the gas system. Rob mentioned it. We have the work directive. We're tracking time material. Not only on that job, but also on the vertical projects. So as these construction schedules start to slip and don't meet their original obligations, got eyes and ears in the field giving us plenty of documentation. So when something like this we feel is justified, we want to make sure you know that we have the documentation to support that.
All right. Any other questions for Michael? Okay. We have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution approving a 1-year extension of the Master Engineering Services Agreement with Urban DCCM Engineering ending May the 1st, 2026.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll, Fran.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Owen,
Yes.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Mayor Moore, I did want to let the council know too, and I think it's appropriate time. Tony Robinson, who's been the regional director of this area for almost as long as I've been alive, but definitely for as long as I've been doing this, is going to retire from FEMA. So we will have some administrative changes in Denton. The acting, his deputy director is also leaving, so I don't quite know who the leadership will be, but Tony came down here a couple of times, if we remember, as staff, and also responded to us very well when we went to Washington DC. So I know from our staff and from our participation here in the city of Port Aransas, he will be greatly missed. And so I wanted to let the council know, we probably should reach out and let him know how thankful we were. for
Yeah,
his
sure. We'll do that. We'll craft it.
Participation here.
Thank you.
for-
We appreciate
you.
that.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael. All right. Item L, resolution authorizing the submission of the Texas General Land Office grant application for state assistance in cleaning and maintaining 35,237 linear feet of public beaches abutting the Gulf of Mexico and located within the city's jurisdiction for the fiscal year 2026. Approve the equipment list and rate sheet for fiscal year 2026 and authorizing city manager to act as executive officer and authorized representative in all matters pertaining to the participation of said grant program.
So last year we received 133,625 from the GLO from this grant that allows us to clean and maintain the beach. So this is a requirement we do every year. We have already sent to the GLO our list of equipment that we use on the beach. They have approved that. They have to approve that before we get it to you for approval. So your equipment list is in here. It has the hourly rate that we are able to turn into the GLO. There are other communities in the state that vie for this same money. So we all turn in our quarterly reports. They take the big pot of what everybody sends and then they prorate it out by the amount that the state has given the GLO in order to clean and maintain the beach. So we're just asking for your approval so we can get this grant submitted as required by June the 30th. Did not put the whole application in there because it's about that thick. Didn't think you really wanted it.
Thank you.
But if you would like it, we have it for your review. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer.
Darla, why does the list use say FEMA on a lot of these pieces of equipment?
Because the FEMA rates are what we usually go by. Some are TxDOT and we fight for the best rate. And so what we turn into the state, it's either a TxDOT rate or a FEMA rate. And most of the rates, the FEMA rates are a little better.
Okay.
And they approved for us to use the FEMA reimbursable
Remember,
rates.
okay. Just curious. Okay, any other questions? All right, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve resolution authorizing the submission of the Texas General Land Office grant applications for state assistance in cleaning and maintaining 35,237 linear feet of public beaches abutting the Gulf of Mexico and located within the city's jurisdiction for the fiscal year 2026. Approve equipment list and rate sheet fiscal year 2026 and authorize city manager to act executive officer and authorizing representative in all matters pertaining to the recipient of said grant program.
I'll second. All right, is there first and a second? Anything else? Brandon, please call the roll.
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger.
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen.
Yes.
Councilmember Chambers.
Yes.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yes.
Mayor Tim Crawford.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, item M, discussion on hotel motel occupancy tax audits of various taxpayers.
Dale's subject.
Mhm.
Dale's favorite.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chad, you'll just have to listen verbally. So what I handed out to you is, these are some property management companies that we have been advised that they are not charging the correct amounts. So,
It's just some, not all, right?
yeah, it's pretty much the ones that I've been told about and that we have been able to tell that are not doing it correctly. So Avant Stay is the largest. They have 160 properties that are linked through registration to them. And Laura, our STR specialist, and I kind of got on and booked, if you will, tried to fake book stays. And the first column I had there is estimated missing fees. On Avant Stay, they are charging for the cleaning fee, but they're not charging hotel tax on the reservation service, credit card fee, or welcome amenity fees. They have personally been contacted. They are out of Colorado and they disagree with our stance that those are taxable. Comptroller has backed us up. We sent out the letter to all property managers. We think they're, on average, they're probably about $141 worth of fees that they're not charging for. If you took that times 160 properties, it comes to 22,560. That's $1,579 in tax. If they turn the property 2 to 3 times a month, which probably, 3 to 4 max, and if people are, depending on how long they're staying, you could triple that amount. Like the month of July, you're looking at maybe about $4,600. On 320 properties, they only have 2 properties, but we were told they weren't correct. The only thing they aren't charging on is credit card fees. Say if the $1,000 stay has a 3% credit card fee, that's $30. 7% of $30 is $2.10. Not too much money for that one, but we have the authority in the ordinance to do audits. We can contract that out through our Muni Revs company. I have not gotten a dollar amount on how much that would cost us, or it could be done in-house. To do an in-house audit, what we would do is we would contact the owner of the property, not really the property manager, because the owner is ultimately responsible. And that's who it's going to be easier to get documentation from the owner, because you kind of have something you can hold over their head than we believe it would, than the property management company, especially someone like Advanced Stay who's not in the state. So we just want direction on how much y'all want us to do, what you want us to do.
So
We
I have
can fit a percentage.
I have a question. It seems like you've already kind of done an audit, right? Sample audit, if you will.
Mhm.
So whoever it is, just say it's one of a kind, Avant State, whatever. And they say, well, we're doing it right. So then, like you said, you have a ruling, a letter from the comptroller that says you're not. So if you did a full audit, we paid for it, we found 1,536 properties that were not charging correctly. The next step is sending them the ruling from the comptroller.
I think the next step, we don't have it necessarily in writing. I mean,
Right.
they have some things in
Sure.
writing that
Yeah.
mainly have verbally told us. I think we would send them a letter telling them, no, this is the law. You are short by this amount. You owe us for this plus penalty and interest. Then if they don't comply, we have 2 options. We could bring them into court. Of course, the only thing we can really cite them under ordinance would be failure to pay or failure to file on their taxes. They filed and they have paid. They've just underpaid. So what would the judge do? I don't know. That's his call. I mean, because they have paid. So I don't know if we could really ticket them for failure to pay. The only thing we then would have is when it comes time for them to re-register, we would not approve the registry.
But the individual owner would be not allowed to re-register their property if they use the same management company. You see what I'm saying?
Period.
Right.
They would not unless they pay, because it is ultimately the owner's responsibility, not the property
But
manager.
ultimately, the owners, as we all know, have no clue that their rental management company is not collecting. And if,
Very correct.
you go to your rental management company and say, well, apparently the city thinks you're not paying right. And then the owner's arguing with their rental management company. I mean, it's a little trickier than someone who's just not paying at all, right? I mean,
It is trickier.
so that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's like,
We
what
can have a
is,
list of who we say is paying it correctly and they can switch.
I mean, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
We need to probably establish what our protocols are going to be, number one, and kind of go through the steps if we're going to pursue this. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I mean, I think we need to get our tax, right? I totally agree. But what would be the protocol? Because it is different than someone who's just flat out not paying,
It is.
where we can say, hey, you're not paying, you don't get to play.
Right. And when they do that too, we can ticket them because we can specifically cite
Right.
an ordinance failure to pay,
Right.
failure to file.
Right.
A lot of times they'll file a 0 report. So you can't get them on the failure to file, but you can get them on failure to pay, because we can no, we know you were renting. We're ticketing you for failure to pay.
And then it goes to the judge.
Then it goes to the
And then
judge.
it's- We don't know how he would respond. The bigger stick is the STR.
In the,
They're gonna register.
in the reports you get from the companies, if any of y'all have rental management, rental properties, are, sometimes hard to decipher, depending on how they break it down. But we're looking for direction on how deep you want us to get into it. Direction on what you want.
Would the first thing to be to notify the owners with the letter with the comptroller and say, hey, you're.
The owners did
management,
receive the letters.
Huh?
Everybody received the letters, including the owners.
The one we sent out, back in, when did we send that letter out? In April?
No, yeah, okay, back up.
But they're not realizing.
The owners did not receive the letters. The rental management companies that you assumed or perceived that were not paying correctly received the letter,
Yeah.
correct?
The owner's email address is in our system,
Mm-hmm.
which I believe a lot of them are. Really?
Yeah.
I would think it was high, but
Some-
anybody whose email address is listed with that property received the letter. I mean,
I'm gonna tell you, every registered property email address is probably not the owner. It's probably the rental management company.
Yeah. Some have more than one, but yes, the rental management company for sure is
Right?
in there.
Mm-hmm.
Very low. I think that as kind of the short term rental.
We've been trying to do
progress
that.
with this new program, I think more owners have been out there, but I would say that it's still probably lower percentage than we assumed.
Yeah, I can't tell you what that percentage is. I know there's some. I mean, yes, we could go through these 335 properties that we know of, that 2 properties, that's just nothing on that. We could do research to try to find out who the owners are. The owners are listed in
How can an owner not be
listed.
on the application? I mean, our application, why wouldn't we have
Okay.
the
so
owner along with
They're
the
on
point
there.
of contact?
The way that the the way that the online system works is you have to be attached to that account. We do have owner's information, including mailing addresses for every single owner of every single short-term rental. The owners sometimes choose not to attach their email address to the notifications of the short-term rental system, which is how we sent out those notices. And so if an owner was attached, they got that. If it's only the property management company, Life at Paradise got 500 of those emails, all of the different property management companies.
Oh, yeah.
You think you can make that a requirement?
Because they can attach and detach themselves. because it
Is
is-
Right, yeah,
it's
I
not the
get that
person
part,
that's
but
linked
you make
to
the
that.
make the initial effort to establish them in the database and let them do that. And
And then
at
they
that
can
moment in time, they're fully responsible for that. And given that one moment of time that we gotta have something. And, at least.
It is the way that the owner can make sure that their property manager is filing and paying their taxes timely.
But wouldn't.
I would
wouldn't
wanna be
the
on
owner
there.
want To know if their property management company isn't doing it right.
Oh,
Sure.
Ours.
I mean, that's only fair to the owners who are our.
because they are ultimately
Well,
responsible.
they're our taxpayers. They pay. our
Do we
ad
have phone numbers for all of them?
Contact information for owners, it's just that contact through the system is only if they choose to sign up to be, everybody has to have one.
Right.
For the majority of people, it's just their property management company. For a lot of people, it's multiple.
But I would venture to guess, because I can tell you, I own 2 rental properties, and I did not register either one of my properties. My rental management company did it for me. I would venture to guess that the majority of them are done exactly the same way. And that, like you said, if I'm at Life in Paradise, and I mean, I'm not, but I'm whatever. All 500 of those emails probably went to them.
If I had to
And I'm not
guess,
saying that
that's-
the owner shouldn't be responsible. I agree 100%. But to say that all 5,000 registered properties,
Oh, yeah,
whatever we
yeah.
have, got the email, they're not getting the email.
Yeah, I'm sure it is a small percentage because most of them is going to property managers. And when we first went to this and there were property managers that were not paying, period, for a few months. And we were going back to those owners and saying, look, your property manager isn't paying, and they were shocked.
They were shocked.
They were very surprised because it was some very reputable companies, but it wasn't happening in a timely manner.
So, I mean, some of these are pretty small, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, and I mean, not that we shouldn't make everybody participate and pay, but I mean, I would think that you tackle the bigger ones and you go to them and say, okay, here is the ruling from the comptroller. Our next step is going to be this. You know, we are going to notify all 160 of your owners and let them know that if you don't comply, then they have no whatever we decide, because we're gonna have to make something, we're gonna have to make an ordinance, because we don't have that on the book. So we're gonna have to change the rules, right?
No, it's on the books.
No,
Or
a failure to pay is not on the books, but not a failure
to underpay.
to underpay. So I think we need to be clear about that so that we can then go to the owners and say,
But what do we have in our, and for once, I didn't bring my big black book because I was carrying too much down. But isn't there something in the STR ordinance that says, what are the reasons we can kick someone out, prevent them?
For no, if they
Right.
have money, if they're not
Right.
paying correctly,
We can prevent them from registering next year in the STR.
Yes.
okay, but we've got to,
That's
but we
already
need,
in ordinance.
right, but I think we need to go through the process of, like we do everything else, notifying them so that, my point is, if we let Avant Stay, New Way, Port A Beach, all these people, if we let them know that we're going to notify all 56 of your owners that they are no longer going to be eligible to
Yeah.
register with the city of Port Aransas unless you guys
Start
properly start paying, then they might change.
They might change your tune.
They might change, you know what I
Because
mean?
we did contact Avant Stay directly and they already said no. But if we change our tone, they might become complying.
But in our ordinance, we already have. Every person owning, operating, managing, or controlling any hotel, which includes STRs, shall collect the tax imposed in section. So you don't have to see whether they pay or not. They're already in violation by not collecting the tax. Okay, so you could sit at a computer, do what you did, and go, they didn't even collect the right tax. That's what you're looking at. It is a per day thing, and I think it's $500 a day, up to $2,000 if they're not following what is in our ordinance.
That's up to the judge to set. We don't
Well,
get to set
but
that, but it can be.
Until it gets to the judge, we
Right.
have to go. And because years ago, we had a big company, not even register, collect and do all that. $11 million is a lot of money. We used to be 4 and 5 million a year, correct?
Mhm.
11 million divided by 0.07 is about $145 million money that is, it's not ad valorem tax, it's more of a think about it as an enterprise kind of thing. That's a lot of money that we should be paying attention to so that
We
are paying attention to the
Yeah. Wait,
145
wait,
million. Well, we are definitely paying attention to that.
Hold up, say that math
11
again.
million is what we get in hot tax, correct?
How much?
About 10 and a half.
10 and a half,
Yeah.
11.
Right.
And that is 7% of what all
The gross
this-
revenue.
of the gross revenue
Right.
going through this.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Paying attention to that, because we're the only ones at the city level. We don't have a county, we don't have it. We're the authority to be responsible for collecting that, not the ad valorem tax and do that. We're it. There's nobody else doing it. I think utilizing what we already have can bring everybody into compliance. Let the judge, if it goes through to the judge, decide his thing or correct our ordinance on it so that we don't, because the two that came through compliance were our police calls, where 2 of the 3 we had went to a property, right? In the STR report.
Yeah.
Went and they hadn't even registered. We've got to get away from, I'm not going to register, I'm not going to pay my taxes. But we have to have, it's already spelled out what to do here with these. And I would hope that when people start getting letters or a $2,000 bill to the owner, because it does say in our ordinance, you can have your point of contact or whatever, but it even says the owner is not relieved of the responsibility. And I think helping owners and taxpayers understand to hold their property management companies or whoever's paying the tax is a good check, because we don't have any control as a city on any property management company. They don't register, they don't do anything. It's the owner's asset, which could be $500,000 to multiple millions of dollars that owners should be able to do it in a clear, concise way on our website, be able to figure out, okay, this is what you're supposed to do. At least your cleaning fees and these other fees that, aren't even being charged, that are very clear. There are some gray areas based on booking fees of the national billion-dollar companies saying, hey, you're not, this is to run our computer system. But every management company could say.
I'm not following you now. I'm sorry. I thought we were,
you
were bothered by fees. Are you saying now that you think we have many people that are renting that are not registered? Is that what you're
We probably
saying?
are with that. I mean, there's this we have to deal with, but we have this great ordinance. Let's use it. We haven't assigned one X mark to anybody since 2015, when we started 3 strikes and you're out.
We've assigned
Have
some
you?
X marks. Nicole, we've assigned some X marks to people.
People have.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
I
yeah.
know we have, somebody got
Definitely
cited
has.
this month or last month for not paying hotel tax.
We probably bring in somebody almost every month for court for not paying. There's 4 tickets that Laura was instructed writing yesterday.
People have
No,
for not doing those.
we're not doing cleaning fees and stuff. No, because we haven't audited,
Okay.
because you can't.
Because they're paying,
Because they're paying.
No,
They're
because
not paying on the cleaning fees.
But you can look, it says that they're not collecting, is what I'm reading. Shall collect. So when they're showing you on your computer system at your desk that, hey, they're not even doing this right, it makes sense to let them know and let the owners know.
We have the biggest one know, and they disagree with us, but
if the owners didn't get, if we didn't get 3,000 things out to the owners, they don't have a clue, and it would be terrible to take 1 or 2 of them, go through our rules and say, you got 4 days to do this and it's $500 a day. Plus we found out you've owned this home. And if this is what you've been doing going back 200 nights, 20 rotations a year, 20 check-in, check-outs, some are gonna be higher or lower. That's
well, and fees are not usually charged on a per night. They're charged on a per stay.
correct. But
But-
20 turns in a year, 20 reservations.
Right.
I
So
think
we have a few ways we can go.
I think we should follow what our ordinances say, get this straightened out. Hopefully, people come in to play and you don't end up auditing it completely. Some of them you may choose to audit. The more you learn about some of them, somebody says, look, I haven't been paying tax on any of my houses for 20 years. Well, you decide.
Don't you almost have to audit each property? to
Whenever we
prove
find
that they're
out-
not doing it?
Whenever we ticket somebody and we bring them to court and we find out that they haven't been paying, we require them to give us their records.
Okay.
And we calculate the penalty and interest and get that before they come to, we try to get it before they come to court. If they do not provide it till they come to court, we get it after they come to court, because they cannot get in compliance without us getting those documents. So whenever we find out anybody hasn't been paying, that's exactly what we do. We get their documents, we have a spreadsheet.
What about not collecting, like our ordinance says? I mean, they're not collecting the moment you looked up and booked some cases and found all this data. You're like,
So
they're-
on not collecting, so I will give the example of VRBO and the city tax that they do not collect. Not my problem. If the property owner did not collect it, they still have to pay it.
no, they.
I mean, if they didn't collect it from the renter, shame on them. They still owe it. They still have to pay it. So have we brought anybody with a ticket saying failure to collect? No, we have not. Because I don't care if they collect or not, I just want them to pay it.
They are paying,
They do have to step up and pay it.
but they are.
But they didn't collect it from the renter?
They get, as long as they're paying, just saying.
I'm sorry that you didn't collect it from the renter. It's gonna
That's
have to
on
come
them,
out of your
yeah.
pocket now. You know? And yes, none of these people collected it from the renter. Cause they're not. But they would have to pay the tax. I mean,
That's kind of what Dale's saying. He just says you go online, look at it, you can tell by looking at the screen that they're not doing it.
Right.
Instead of making assumptions, just say you're not doing it, enforce it.
You're not collecting.
And enforce them to have to come
right.
back.
So we have to get the records.
You got it right on the screen.
No, you don't.
Okay.
No, you don't. Just because I go in there to the screen that says if I was gonna book in September 15th, it would cost me September 15th to September 18th. I could say it's gonna be this much. I don't know what they rented without their records. So you have to have their records. Yes, you can tell that on that stay, there was $141 worth of fees that they didn't collect for, but that's just that particular stay. Doesn't mean it actually occurred. So no, you do have to have their records to be able to get a correct, especially to calculate the penalty and interest, because it depends on when it was rented,
Wouldn't,
how many days late it is. The interest is calculated monthly, beginning on the 90th day.
but wouldn't you, but you have, I mean, that's to take them to court, sending a letter to say you're renting your home and you are not collecting the
Well, yeah, you
state
can send a letter.
tax. I would think some people would be concerned. Why? Because you can also say, if you don't fix this, these are the next steps. And it's our ordinances.
I think what if, and obviously we all need to collectively decide this, but I think what we need to do is give staff a directive, what we want them to do, what we want them to pursue. Number one, do we want them to pursue all these rental management companies and owners that are using them to try to see if they can comply with what we assumed? We don't know for a fact because we haven't audited that particular house to know, like Darla said, on March 25th, you charged this customer this and you did or did not pay, right? I mean, we don't, I mean, you, like you said, you can look and see and it looks like they're not, but I think that to me, to be effective, to let those owners know that may or may not be properly collecting, we draft some kind of letter according to what we are legally allowed to do that says, hey, Mr. Homeowner, we've done an internal audit and it appears that your management company is not complying with such and such, such and such, such and such law. And we feel that you as a property owner could be in violation of blah, 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 blah ordinance, and therefore could get fines, citations, lose your ability to rent your home in Port Aransas. If I got that letter as a homeowner, then I would call my rental management company and say, what's up?
Going on. Yeah.
So to me, that should be our next step.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Avon State says, don't worry about it, the city's wrong.
We made an effort.
Our lawyers are saying blah, 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 blah.
And then we're gonna have to
No,
be
then we
prepared
have
for
to
that.
be
But that's what I'm saying. Then we need to be prepared for that. We need to be 100% certain that this is it's not happening. But I think, yes, we have to take the next step, but I don't think we can just automatically find somebody without
Without that
Yeah.
proper.
And we know
warrant, yeah.
Avent Stay isn't. They have specifically said to us in an email.
Yep.
No, we do not charge on reservation service, credit card fee, or welcome
Then you put
amenity
that in your
period.
file and you use that as your
Mhm. Yeah,
information.
we've got
Yeah.
that email.
Any
There you go.
clarification directly from the state comptroller?
She said it was word
No,
of
no,
mouth.
that
I mean,
was-
they.
I mean,
verbal.
Hotel Lodging reviewed our letter. But the state comptroller, because if on a website,
they have a grid of what's taxable and
Correct.
what's not taxable
and
and
we have it and understand it, and is it clear with the state of Texas in writing? Because the next thing is, if we're losing 7%, the state is also losing 6%. And I mean, to me, the state, either they need to be a little clearer or give better guidance. If some of those companies have something from the state that says otherwise, we as a city should have it and know it really good to the point where, sorry,
My guess would be at the most, it's a legal opinion from somebody
okay,
that's never been through the courts. And until that happens, both sides, it's a Mexican standoff. They're like,
but if we allow people not to collect the property tax, I mean, the hotel tax on things, and these are the examples that are art. And other people then decide, guess what? Port Aransas isn't gonna do anything. I'm gonna stop charging hot tax on this. Now you're messing with what we do with our hot tax. I don't like that idea either. That there are people that. Now, are people gonna do the right thing? We hope so. Are people gonna do the wrong thing? Sure. Will they claim ignorance like I didn't know? Maybe. That would be probably the easiest thing of,
They do, but that doesn't matter.
I know.
Yeah.
We don't allow ignorance as a way out of not paying.
What do you think is gonna be easier for you all to take care of this matter? I mean, I know you're wanting direction from us, but
I like the letter idea.
I do too.
Of getting
I
a
think that's
hold of, I mean, we will contact the property managers. I like contacting the property manager and tell them, look, this is what you're not doing. We know you're not doing it.
And
You were
here's-
supposed to do it. If you do not begin doing it immediately, we will contact every single one of your owners.
Right,
Mhm.
okay.
And then
I think that's a
like the
good
letter of
start.
internal
I
audit and
mean,
that type of thing.
when-
I mean,
yeah.
but
You
we still
can't-
have to conduct an audit to get records, to get proof. A
So,
webpage isn't proof.
Okay.
and you would never know how much they owe without requiring the records.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So you have.
Because it's all a
Okay.
timing issue too, because the penalty and interest.
Fix it moving forward. If we choose to go back and audit for years, that's another decision. But to fix it moving forward and standardize, hey, these are the rules of Port Aransas as reflected from the state of Texas. This is what we're going by.
No, I understand that, but
Okay.
ultimately, if you ever, you can never threaten to take someone's STR registration ability away
Without proof.
without proof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Website,
have that.
website
Okay.
information is not proof.
Okay.
Just because you can log on to someone's webpage and go, oh, see right there, they're not collecting it. That is not proof that when David Parsons rented this apartment last month, he didn't pay for it. That's not proof.
Right.
Proof is through an audit
Audit,
where you
yeah.
get their records. So yes, you can make a threatening letter, but that's all you're doing. That's
Without
all
proof,
it is
doesn't matter.
a threat. You can't, you don't have a stick until you audit and get the records.
And we can't prove that they start doing it unless we have their records. You know? I mean, yeah, you can go on their website and say,
No, I
"Oh, it
mean,
looks
so
right now."
So we either need-
what we're doing is like someone with like Avant Stay, they're gonna, it's eventually gonna end up to where we are forced to audit to prove our point. We're gonna get to that point with that guy.
And they're a big national company, but you know, they operate in a lot of different states.
Comptroller, what exemption did you give Avant Stay?
They don't give exemptions and they do
Thank
not
you.
audit and they do
They don't give exemptions.
not require you to file at a property level. They just say, I haven't stay, I had $1 million. Here it is. Here's $6,000.
So they get to do what Airbnb and VRBO does.
Yeah, they allow that. The state
And Avant
has,
Stay is a property management company, not just a booking company.
the state has really messed up
With
what they've allowed
when they-
everyone to do.
what they did.
Okay.
Yes. And the comptroller employees are very upset about it. I don't know why the state did it, but they did it. We can't control them.
On these internal audits, does the current resolution add where we can build it? Okay, so if you.
We have the
Okay.
ability to audit in
Okay.
in the ordinance.
Them and
It's
whatever.
written,
Yeah,
there's a
whatever.
lot of stuff we can do.
Right.
And we're only gonna get more. We wanna charge another 2% I mean, we talked about charging another, moving it from 7 to 2. Well, that's gonna put unfair advantage against the people that are doing it right versus the people that just refuse to tax it.
I'll follow you with that. Cause everybody'd have to do the 9%.
Not the people doing the cleaning fees and all these other things.
They're gonna pay 9% on the rest, but
I mean, they're thinking, oh, it's just on the room. No, it's never been just on the room. I know going back to 2015, or 2012, it's never been on the room.
So do we need to hire an outside auditor to do this, or is this something that's gonna?
it'll cost you more than you collect.
Oh,
That's
no,
what we
that,
don't.
okay,
And we can't bill it.
I just,
Pardon?
we can't,
We can't bill it.
okay.
I mean, you can bill a lot of fees.
And you can't pay hotel tax dollars to do that. You would be paying general fund
Okay,
dollars.
so I guess
The
that
fees
work for you.
can get a lot.
Sorry.
Penalty and interest and the citation, that could be a lot.
cover. Okay, so I think we need to definitely, if we don't have any recourse unless we do an audit and then do an audit and then send out letters, is that what we need to do
No, I think we should send the letters first.
first? Okay,
The homeowners.
okay.
I
Letting
think
them
that
know,
we
like,
notify the property owners, the property management companies that, XYZ, I mean, they got the letter. They got that they should be charging on cleaning fees. They could have ignored it. They may not pay attention to it, but I think that these that we have on this list that we have been notified are not doing it correctly, and we looked and it looks like they're not doing it correctly. I think we notify those property management companies and say, we are getting ready to contact your owners. You need to be charging on your cleaning fee. And Portora could tell me, and theirs was hard to tell. You couldn't tell what they were charging on what they weren't because they lumped it and they put nowhere where there was a breakdown. You had to get almost all the way to book before you could see a breakdown, and with theirs, you couldn't even see it. But I think we contact them and they may say, oh, my bad, I didn't realize it. Let me start.
Okay.
They might.
right.
And local owners, where I'm sure if they got a letter, the owners, that you're not charging the right tax, there's gonna be a lot of phone calls to some property management companies. And maybe some property management companies will respect their owners' concern and their owners' investment and make sure they don't mess up their right to do it or pay a lot of extra money.
You would hope.
I mean, we just hope you play by the rules. Are the criminals still gonna be the criminals? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's still gonna be people that aren't gonna follow it, but we would like everybody that does business in Port Aransas to do their best to follow the rules.
So my request, Dara, would be that staff reaches out to these property management companies that we know are making, or we assume are making the violations, and then report back to us what the results were from that, whether that's at the July 1st meeting or the next city council meeting. I don't know what the proper timing is. And then from there, we can make a decision on the next step, which I think sounds like contacting the owners, but I'd like to know what the property management companies, I mean, if you contact them all and all but one says, oh my gosh, so
My bad.
sorry, then it's a little bit more targeted, offense.
And even though we've contacted him on stay, I think we need to contact him again.
Sure.
And
Let 'em
threaten,
know.
okay, this is why, this
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
the way it's supposed to be done. And if you do not, we will be contacting every one of your owners because
Okay.
they are ultimately responsible for paying this tax.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether you collected it.
Right.
If they don't collect it, that's out of their pocket.
Yeah, this time you can say it's from the city council.
If they don't collect it, they still owe it. And they rented that room for $100 a night and they didn't collect 7% on a $30 fee, they still owe us that.
They rented it for $100 a night, had a $200 cleaning fee, like you can in some of the small units. And some of those fees over the last couple of years, have the fees risen over the last couple of years in the industry?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Right, so that's $14 out of their pocket that they're gonna have to pay us. Whether they collected it or not, they owe us $14, 7%
They
of
don't-
$200 is
They don't think
$14.
they owe on it.
I know, but they do, so they will still have to pay us whether they collected it or not.
Okay.
If we went after them, we would say, no, you owe me $14.
Yeah.
pay it.
Can our forms say post night rental, booking fee, pet fee, cleaning fee for the month?
I
just
would
to
not
help
get
them?
that on your form.
Okay.
That, no.
All right.
Okay, you're gonna contact those property management companies, then
Report back.
Okay,
Is
that-
I
is that
don't know if we'll
okay
have
with-
it by the first, it
okay?
depends.
Yeah.
Cause we're pulling together everything for the council goals workshop.
No,
and
no,
to
sure.
contact
I
us,
was just-
It might be the June meeting.
Right, okay.
I mean, July meeting. We're in the June meeting. But I like that. Contact them, threaten the property owner contact and see what kind of response we get from them.
Is that okay?
Everybody good with
with
that?
everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. Dale?
Use the section that says the property owner
For a
is
start?
responsible. Well, we already sent a letter. No, we already sent a letter to the management company. That was a month or two ago.
We did. We didn't threaten.
Yes.
That was just a general,
Very direct.
more specific.
Like
Mhm.
you are.
Yeah.
You
More
are dear,
specific.
And then follow up with a phone call.
and talk
Yeah,
to them.
yeah.
If, now, some of these, I don't know. Obviously, they're gonna be,
If
but
they know
yeah,
something we don't know,
they don't know anything we don't know.
okay.
It's the law.
If they did, we'd
Okay.
like to hear it.
I look forward to the report.
They say they do, but they don't. They're wrong. So, excellent.
All right, thank you, darling. All right, city manager report.
No report.
That's all the handouts.
Okay, so let's start with legislative update. So I got Joel and Patricia sent me a little, you guys have this one. Couple big things. Governor's indicated possible special session on taxpayer funded lobbying. Guess they didn't like that being defeated. Congressional redistricting and a few other items. And then on the backup there, here's kind of a general overview. 8,719 pieces of legislation filed, highest since 1991. Geez Louise. Some of the big ones, that House Bill 3093, that's the ad valorem one. A bigger one, let's see, House Bill number 2, 8.5 billion in additional funding for public education, includes 100 million offset for regional insurance costs. So that was a big win. HB 19, that was the ad valorem tax rate. That died in committee, so that was good that it died. 117 official fishing capital Texas, that was great. Senate Bill 2858, preemption of that died. Preemption of certain municipalities and county regulation, that one died. Senate Bill 7 dedicated $1 billion. Oh, that's the water infrastructure bill. So that's when we're going to see a lot of water stuff moving here in the next couple of years. House Bill 3486. That's Chairman Hunter. Oh, that's the oyster ones. Yeah, the next two are good for the oyster businesses and restaurants participating in oyster shells. Scheduling the first day of school, that died in the Senate. I'm not sure what they were up to with that.
They were wanting to
Probably
push it
extend
back.
and
Yeah.
push it back, yeah. House Bill 5246, that's the one that allows, what's the new town that they created? Space City?
Yeah.
Starbase. The city of Starbase, if it needs to, it can temporarily close a highway or venue, including a public beach, for safety purposes. The next one's early voting, and then Senate Bill 4, additional tax relief to homeowners, which gets the homestead property exemption from 100,000 to 140,000. So we'll see what happens with the special session. I'm not sure who's got their panties all ruffled about the taxpayer funded lobbying, but I guess they're gonna come for it again, possibly.
I heard that it's probably gonna pass.
Do you think it will? If it goes to special session? Great. So that'll be the end of that. Capital projects. I got you a capital project list there. These are the non-FEMA project. Civic Center, City Hall renovations. We've started demolition. And believe me, I should know because they're cutting steel right outside of my office for the last week.
Terrible.
We relocated the fuel tank over here to the Cutoff Road property. That's installed and up and running. They're working on rerouting the new AEP service to right behind here is a transformer. It gets moved to the back. So we got that easement finalized and they're actually starting the saw cut to bring the line into the new location. So that's moving along really good. I'm really impressed with Debbie and Jay, really top-notch outfit. So that's going good. Community center renovations. They demoed the east wall, which is the wall that would face the beach. A lot of rot back there. So we're trying to figure out, that's where the kitchen is. So a lot of rot back in there. So we're trying to come up with a change to get that stuff fixed. A lot of the demo going on. Floor leveling is complete as best as it could be done. So the repairs are going pretty good over there. That's South Texas Building Partners. A little slow. Roberts Point Park bulkhead collapse. We had about a 20-foot section of bulkhead collapse fully into the drink early Monday morning. I went out on a boat yesterday and we did a bunch of soundings. There's a nice big hole that's scoured out. It's right on kind of a point. If you look at Roberts Point Park, kind of near the soccer field, there's just a little bit of a point that juts out, and right here, that little point right there, and right in front of it, if you go 20 feet on either side of it, you have dirt. It's only 8 feet deep, but when you get to that point, it's 16 feet deep. The panels are only 18 foot to 20, we think. So the panel, it's a concrete panel, they're about 7 feet wide, and they sit down and they have, a concrete, a rebar that goes back, a cable to a dead man, a big concrete block. But that's to keep it from tipping out, right? But if you dig out all the dirt under that panel, it'll start to drop and slide out, like the bottom will start to kick out and fail. And so that's what happened. We had 2 panels totally blown out, and it kicked out and failed. So we're doing an emergency design, and I need 4 of you to volunteer if you're available on Tuesday at 2:00 for a special meeting to approve the repair. And it's going to be in the $280,000 to $350,000 range to get the repair done. Who's here on Tuesday?
I think I'm here.
Tuesday at 2?
I'm looking at my calendar.
I'm in Colorado.
Chuck, you here? Dale?
I can come over.
I can do it.
All right, Chad? Joellen?
What's that, the 24th?
24th.
24th.
I think I'm here. I'm pretty sure I'm here.
Mayor? No, Kelly?
I mean, I can get online,
No.
but I'm not here.
So do I have 4? 1, 2.
Chad, yeah, you got 4.
Joellen, is that a yes?
I can.
Pretty sure.
Okay. Yeah, pretty.
2:00.
So we sounded the rest of it. The rest of it's good, but just that one scour point.
How deep is it right off of there, Dave?
There is a little bit of a shelf, and then it starts to gradually roll over, and it drops about a 3-to-1 drop once it does start dropping. So it's not super steep. It's as you put out in the boat, it was, you would drop from 16 to, it would take you a little bit to start dropping, but
Tuesday at 2, that's.
yeah. Airport project, the airport, the TxDOT Aviation Safety Project is complete. We did a walkthrough on June 6th. There's just a couple little asphalt fixes that they're gonna do on the edges where the watering truck kind of crumpled some of the asphalt. But it looks really great. A lot of the pilots are really happy. Because we had to change the design at the very west end out into the water, we took that out of the project. But we were allowed to go back in and resurface the entire runway and taxiway of the old project, and the pilots were really thrilled about it. So it came out really nice. So we're pretty excited about it. We had an airport board meeting yesterday, and we're trying to work on get some fencing in there pretty quick so that we could start using that transient area. We don't want to open it up right now because people could come off that driveway, off the highway, and then get over there and do donuts and who knows what else. So we're trying to come up with some, just some chain link fencing just to keep that from happening. And then we can open up that transient parking and people can use it. But we're really, really happy with that project. Street and drainage bond. Working on the Cemetery Road. So we added that. I don't know if you remember, we added that in from Parks and Rec had funding for that. So we added that to the project. They mobilized yesterday on that. We still have Brumley drainage to do. That'll start next week. Cotter Avenue bike lane is awaiting. They had a question on some of the striping on that. So they're going to get back on that. Port Street still has some reflective markers to go down, and still working on the 9th Street alley. That's about 65% complete. We still have to do the south end of that. And then where engineer will tally up to see what's left over. And if there's any leftover funds, we'll bring that back to council and add some more street projects depending on what's left over. Streetscape project, that'll be developed if the venue project election is approved by voters. We discussed that earlier. Charlie's Pasture Bulkhead Park. Now that we know the funding amount, we are waiting on that tonight to see what the funding amount we were going to take out of that. I'll get back with EDSA and we'll come up with a phasing approach for that and bring that back to you guys. Beach Access Road B. TxDOT approved the driveway permit pending the city adding a northbound deceleration turn lane. So the engineers got that designed pretty quickly. We got it to TxDOT, it got approved. So we're good to go on that. So we should be giving them the notice to proceed. Maybe it happened today or it'll happen tomorrow. So that notice to proceed will go out to Mako. And then just a brief note, 4th of July fireworks. We're all set for that. And we have a staff pre-firework meeting on the 26th. Any questions on that? Update on the animal shelter. Really the only thing, and you guys I've been telling you about this for a while. A couple steps that we've just accomplished now that the airport project is done. The wetland delineation that we had put on hold, it's finished. Okay, so it's finished. And we also got this, and oh, do you guys have this?
Yeah.
So this is the part of the city's lease through the general land office, is a required development plan. So I put this together and we got this, we sent this off to the general land office on, I think I sent it off on Monday or Tuesday, but so this has been officially sent off, and it basically it's a requirement in the development plan. And so I included the new TxDOT aviation improvements, and then we show the kind of the schematic of what the airport board has been discussing on the north part of the tract. But the main thing was to add the hangars and the animal shelter location in the area where it was wetlands before. And so they have this and they have the delineation. So as soon as they approve these two documents, then you guys can make your decision of how you want to move forward with the shelter. We do have the plant, what's their name?
Shelter plan.
Yeah, we have a visit from them next week, and they're coming down and looking at the existing shelter, and they will generate like a report on what their findings are on that. And then that'll be brought back to council. So we should be hearing something from the general land office regarding this development plan amendment. Any questions on that? Assistant city manager position, Joellen had asked me to put this on. So, and her question was, was I filling that position at this time? And the short answer is I'm not filling the position at this time. What I've done in lieu of filling that position is kind of bumped up the help I'm getting on the FEMA projects from Broadus and Del Sol. So we have an extra person on the ground here now working with the, public safety, the gas department building, public works, gas system, and fire and EMS. And that's it, right? I think nature preserve, that's all done. Right. So I do have extra help there. And the reason right now, my big need is construction management, not necessarily an assistant city manager. And I really don't want to hire a construction manager because I'm only going to need him for about 18 months. I'd rather just have the contractor. So I'd rather Del Sol and Broadus step up their assistance to me and get the contract or get the contractor admin help through them, and then get through all this construction. And then at a later date, I could revisit the whole the assistant city manager position when it transitions back into truly being an admin position. But for now, I'm not going to fill it. Personally, I'm just doing it myself, and I really don't have the time to train somebody.
Well, you have reassigned some of the roles that Lawrence had to
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah.
like Nicole
Yeah,
and some
Nicole
of the
and Colleen have taken on projects, so, so I've just shifted things around, gotten additional help, so. Until all the construction phases out, I'm not gonna look at filling that. And then the update on the street and drainage project, that was in the capital list there, so that's all I have.
Any other questions?
All right.
Okay. Staff reports. Darla, you're first.
Had a lot of finance tonight with the audit from last year and where are we going to find money, et cetera. But I just want to point out a few things in the monthly report. Our hotel tax for the month of May was great. It was up 19% compared to last year. So we're up in the positive now for the fiscal year to date of a little over 1.4%. For the same period, sales tax was up 11.3%. So for the fiscal year to date, we're at 4%. Harbor monthly rentals were down about 4.5%, daily down about 10.3% for the year, and golf cart sales are up 6% compared to the same period for last year. We've done 5,430 for the year compared to 5,107 for last year. And the last vanities have been ordered. We should have them in the next week or two. No more vanity sales for the year. You have any questions? I'm happy to answer.
The May numbers are actually April's hot tax, correct?
Yes, because we have not gotten May's till June.
Yeah,
Yes, it's
so
actually April.
It's April, right, which I
said
suspected
May.
based on having Easter and Sandfest
Yeah,
both in
yes.
April. It's a
Both in
huge-
April.
Yeah.
Mhm.
huge month.
But
And
as
it
I
was busy.
stated earlier, our property managers that were at
Mhm.
our hot board meeting felt like it was going to be a good summer by their bookings. So
Yeah, I mean, I think May, from the reports that the CVB sends out, it sounds like May was up considerably, so. On their estimations, they don't
Yeah.
get the hot tax
We don't
report
have that
like you, but just on their bookings, so that's good, it's all good.
Mhm.
Anybody have any other questions for Darla? Okay, all right.
Thank you, Darla.
Thank you,
Darla.
Nicole.
Gotta be quick. All right, for the year to date so far, we've issued 56 permits. We've got roll more under review, our commercial permit, and you can see where that comparison is to previous years. Commercial permits, we have 11 new commercial permits year to date. I've listed kind of the notable ones there, including some that aren't part of that 11, but that are still just ongoing. Code enforcement activity. Again, this is cases that are opened in our software system. We do handle a lot of things without actually entering in those cases. So that number does sometimes seem a lot lower than the busyness that they have. Issued 26 citations, a list there. You'll see that trash toters left out too long is notable on that list. That's something that we're beginning and will continue to enforce. Some projects that we've been working on are getting junked vehicles, including junk golf carts, off of locations. And then we went through Beach Lodge earlier today. 528 Brumley is the house that the Board of Adjustments has declared substandard. They have done nothing. We did abate that, so we did board that up and fence that with construction fencing to keep that as safe as possible. We're working right now to get the homestead exemption that was added on a couple of years ago removed from that property. We're working with the appraisal office to do that. They have about a 90-day kind of appeal process for that, so we do have to wait till that passes, but then we fully expect to abate that property. Same with Las Brisas, which is down 11th Street where they demoed those apartments. They left lots of debris. We've been trying to work with them. They have just kind of refused us at every turn. So earlier this week, we did send out a letter that gave them a hard deadline of June 30th to have that property taken care of, or we're going to do it. We have somebody scheduled July 1st to take care of that if they don't.
And then we lien them.
And then we lien their property for that amount. We bill them for it first and then we lien their property. And I know that's a property that wants to be developed fairly soon. So I'm hoping that that kind of be hoping that they just do the right thing. Code enforcement has also, we sent Alex to kind of monitor everybody's short-term rental signs to make sure that those are all in. He's done about half of the properties that we have registered right now, which is good. He'll continue to do that over the next month or so. Short-term rentals, right now, we have 3,160 registered. Chuck, I did look that up. And it is 2,782 at the same time frame last year, 2,782.
Thank you.
And that's something that Laura will continue to give me on a monthly basis now, kind of that year to date for the previous year as well.
So that's about 378 permits. It's 14%.
It's pretty significant.
Right.
And so the complaints we received about 5 in May, which is a little higher, but 3 of those 5 were the same property. And that property was not currently registered at the time. They had been registered before. They had changed ownership. They were registered for 2025 under one owner and a property management company. When that property sold, their registration stops and they are supposed to start the new one with a new property management company. That hadn't happened yet. So we didn't have a current contact.
That property management company was rented, right?
Correct. Correct. They're the ones that received citations on that and, have since registered and have since began to kind of make up for that mistake that they had. Sorry, I lost my spot. So we just I've started including kind of what she's been working on with those additional numbers there. Yeah, and then we talked about the signage there that Alex has been looking at. If you guys have any questions, no, happy to answer.
And the review of the sign ordinance is gonna go one more time in front of P and Z?
Correct. It's gonna come, the full first draft of that
Mhm.
sign ordinance is gonna come to P and Z, provided that they can get through everything at that meeting. I think they will be able to. Then that'll be either move forward to council, or if P and Z wants to take one more month with any revisions that come from that. So I fully expect that to be at July council meeting, August, worst case scenario. Wayfinding signs, we are probably, hopefully, about 3 weeks out from getting the samples here on site and installed so that we can approve the fabrication of the rest of them.
And they still think they'll have them all built by the end of September?
They think that they will have them all manufactured before the end of September. They think that it will probably take several weeks after that to have them all installed. So it's a
Okay.
conversation that we're hoping to wrap up with them next week and to have to you guys to discuss at the council goals workshop.
Okay, great. Okay, all right, Daniel, you're next.
Okay, well, first I want to say, just thank y'all, everybody, the city, everybody that came out for, BERT service. You know, it's been a pretty tough month for us, and, the city stepped up big time for using the facilities, the PD helping with traffic control and the fire department, and, Sylvia's crew, I mean, knocked it out of the park, stayed here every day, served the food, did everything. David Lown helped with the fencing and taking it down, putting it up. So just everybody is a group effort, so much food donated and everything. I mean, just the whole community really came together, so I'll say thanks.
It's very nice.
Tough one. But yeah, EMS calls, so 124 in the month of May. It's pretty flat. I mean, about what we do in 24 and 23 is about the same. The call volume year to date, we're catching up to last year's numbers. We're at 508 versus 526. Like today alone, we've had 10 calls since 9:30 this morning. So you can tell summer's here. We're rocking and rolling. It's getting busy, and so it's definitely getting a little bit busier in summertime. 448 on the average response time. It gained a little bit there, but we had a couple calls, outliers. Had a call for a patient at 61.5 on the beach. So it took us a long time to get there. Got there and looked around and ended up not ever being able to find a patient from a third party caller. So that killed our numbers there. Other than that, and then, like I said before, earlier meetings, that the highway calls are definitely getting increased, you know, with all the extra Cinnamon Shores houses, and you can definitely tell south is starting to pick up, you know, and construction calls and everything else out there. So I anticipate that number actually growing a little bit, you know, as the city grows, and it just, I mean, we're still way under the state and national average. So 53 transports, Barry continuing to be our leading hospital there. And we did have a little influx in some, you see the Driscoll calls, 3 kids calls, a pediatric one. So other than that, a lot of that with the tourists that are coming down and swimming and playing and beach calls. So, I'll put April highlight, but that's a May highlight. The EMS conference, of course, we had. It was a great turnout. I kind of updated y'all a little bit last month, but you know, they came from all over the state. I was still trying to get the actual number of agencies that came in, but it was over 100 different agencies from all over the state. So it's pretty cool. I did do the annual report, or I ran a report on the night stayed. It was an average of 4 nights per group that came in. So it was a pretty good. I think it definitely helped, you know, all the lodging and everything. And of course, we had a great conference. I was going over we did a survey, a post-conference survey, and I think we got a 4.37 is what it averaged out to be on speakers and everything. So the lowest speaker had I don't know, like a 3.98 or something. So I mean, you know, we change them out and go from there. So it was pretty productive, pretty good. Health fair, we had a table set up over there for the high school, did the health fair, and gave out a bunch of different literature and stroke information and all kinds of stuff. So it was a really good health fair. They do a great job over there with that. I don't know if y'all have ever gone to that, but next year
He
when it
was
comes up,
talking about that.
yeah.
They said it was a really good
Yeah,
deal.
packed house. It was really good. Stand by for a beach run at the pier. And then we have started our peak truck, you know, Memorial Day to Labor Day. We have the third. Well, We're currently down to 2 ambulances, but they run the peak out of the Tahoe right now. So until we get their other ambulance back, getting repainted. So
The red one?
no.
Wow.
That's gonna be in the budget. Daniel's gonna present that in the budget.
No, the
Yeah.
first blue one, I did get an
The
update.
Transylvania?
They're thinking
box.
the red one is gonna be replaced ideally in November if the other one shows up.
Oh, really? Well, I know the guys like the red one because it's roomy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It
it's
is,
big,
it is
isn't
definitely
it?
a bigger box.
Bigger
but
box.
They like the bigger
the way
box.
that they've
Can we
been
just paint it?
breaking lately, we might hang out for.
Yeah,
We'll see.
We had some guys and their wives in the Cajun, I don't know, I don't know if it was right before Memorial, but they had been to your conference and they came back because they loved Port A so much and they came to the Cajun
Oh, nice.
because
good
we
feedback.
served
Got
you.
figured
Yeah,
out.
they were like, we wanted more of what you have because, yeah. So thank you. That was nice.
Thank you.
And they mentioned that they were at your conference. So
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. All right, chief, your turn, sir.
Gimpy.
Aw.
I will try to make this brief. So month of May, our calls for service were just a little over 2,200. We filed 675 different charges with the municipal court, made 55 total arrests for that month. You got the breakdown there. You can see that our golf cart related incidents are starting to creep up. I suspect that trend is going to continue for the remainder of the busy season. Significant events. Well, we all know that May was a pretty tragic month for our local community. Had a lot of not very good incidents that happened both in Port Aransas and outside of Port A, but that we all felt here locally. The most obvious one was May 11th, where we had the fatal collision down on the beach that left one local woman. It killed her, and we arrested the driver for intoxication manslaughter. Then we had a stolen vehicle that was recovered with the help of our license plate readers that we have. We've been getting quite a few of those here lately. So those come in real handy. We're gonna see how well they work during the peak of the season because they rely on LTE technology, cell phone stuff, just like everybody else. So far we've had really good luck with not having a real latency problem. So the hits are pretty quick coming in. So we've been able to capitalize on those. May 20th, we had the U.S. Marshals in town. They were looking for a fugitive. We arrested his girlfriend who was hindering the investigation and harboring him. And also we were able to take the fugitive into custody. Then on May 31st, we had the other fatal traffic accident, the single one where we lost a high school student in that collision. And I put a little caveat here because this is kind of near and dear to my heart. This is something that I've been working really hard in the department to make sure that our people are taken care of, and not just the police department, but all of our first responders. That accident happened at 6:30 in the morning, where they had to go deal with a teenage boy that was trapped in that car that died. The majority of those people worked the rest of the day after having to deal with that. So, it's really important that we take care of them, their mental health,
Oh, I agree.
So, but other than that, does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns? Anything I can address?
I hope both of you have a much calmer summer. I know it's going to be busy, but you both teams deserve a little bit of a break from some of these fatalities and tragedies for sure.
Fire too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All of them.
All of them.
Yep.
Yep. It's definitely a challenge.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Item 11 is city council comments and items for future consideration. Councilmember Shamidas?
Yes.
You still with us?
I'm glad you're still there.
Hi.
I know that you had mentioned something about possibly looking at a date change on our July meeting.
After running some traps there, there's not a good option. So
Okay.
I will withdraw that request.
Okay, all right. So then I'll move on. Anything else? Okay, we're adjourned.
See you guys on Tuesday. Thank you for letting me do this. I ended up having a travel nightmare getting here. There was no way I was going to get back. It was, so thanks for letting me be present in this manner.
You did great.
Sorry.
All right.